along with the body camera, he did have a bulletproof vest on. But again, this is a very lovely, we listen to all the stories that we have done about, you know, the deputies who don't survive incidents like these. To have a story like this where we know that he is doing okay is such a blessing.
Well, and if you saw that photo of the body camera and exactly where the bullet hit it, it really does feel like a miracle that this happened and he was able to pull through.
It's one of my favorite things we see with law enforcement, and in so many cases, unfortunately, they're honoring somebody that did not survive. Here you see so many out here that are honoring one of their own, and they know how dangerous this job is, and they're all there to make sure that they know this is a special moment. They're celebrating with him, and they've got a couple surprises lined up for him as well, including, it's not too many times you get let out of a hospital and get a helicopter ride right off the bat.
I'm not sure he knows this is coming.
He probably does not. Hopefully he's not watching on Fox Local right now.
And what we know about hospitals is they don't often let you walk out of the hospital, so my guess is that he will be wheeled out somehow, or they will be assisting him. Shot once in the leg, and as you guys know, then shot once with that bullet that went through the body camera in his upper extremity. But again, he is okay. You guys probably saw that video of him when they were wheeling him away from the scene, and they had taken his shirt off so that they could get underneath to make sure that, you know, he was doing all right. And he raised his arm up and waved. And as we heard Sheriff Chitwood say, he was joking around. He was in really good spirits. So such a blessing to know that he is going to be okay.
He's going to get a tour of Volusia County when he's up there as well, which is not many people get to see an incredible view of. And Volusia County is a massive county as well. As he flies there, leaving the hospital, look at all the law enforcement that are out there this morning.
And just a reminder to everyone, if you don't fully remember this story, essentially he was fired at 12 shots at Rivera and also his partner at the time. This was during a reported vandalism investigation on March 2nd. Rivera is set to be released again at Delta's Dewey Boster Park at 11:30. So really we're on countdown at this point. But again, the sheriff is hoping people could come out and support this deputy who bravely went to the scene.
Yeah, I love to see this. And just a little more background about Deputy Rivera. He is a father to 3 young children. I'm sure that his wife and family are probably also going to be here to greet him as he exits the hospital. They've probably been in the hospital with him for the last couple of days and are so grateful that he is going to be walking away. He is also a veteran of the U.S. Army. He served bravely in the Army. He also previously worked as an Orange City police officer, so we know that he had some prior experience before joining the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. He's been with Volusia County Sheriff since 2023.
And like so many officers, it probably is going to want to go right back. You know, I mean, obviously as a deputy, they'll have a procedure they go through where he's cleared to go back to duty, but that's what we see from so many of these in law enforcement, is they want to get right back to serving as soon as they're able.
All right, so again, we are watching. As you can see, it's not just the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. Looks like we've also got perhaps Daytona Beach Police, maybe Deltona Police. This incident happened in Deltona, so probably have a lot of officers from Deltona who are also there to welcome him as he comes out today. You can see all the different colors of the uniforms, and so
the green are the deputies; those would be his sheriff brethren out there. But I love you can always identify them by the colors.
And then you see some other officers here wearing black uniforms. It looks like. Can we read the back of that?
Police, I believe that could be either DeLand Police Department or Daytona Beach.
Right. So nice to see all of this. A lot of pomp and circumstance to greet him as he prepares to exit the hospital. We don't really have a time frame exactly. We know it was supposed to happen right around 11 o'clock, so that's why we're going to stay here with you and give you continuing coverage.
Have you ever been with someone that gets released from the hospital, though? It is, you just never know. It can take time to get.
Like myself. Like every time I had a baby, it was like, wait, can we leave?
You think you're there, and then 20 minutes later, you're still there.
And then you're like, no, I can walk out on I'm good. And they're like, no, you're not allowed to walk out. We got to wheel you out.
Or they're stalling because they're getting some of the surprises in order for him.
And then it's 12 hours later, all of a sudden you're still waiting. Well, and just to say, I mean, he still went through a difficult time. Deputy Rivera suffered gunshot wounds to the shoulder and the thigh during this incident. So he's still going to go through some recovery. This isn't just going to be getting up and walking out of the building.
Yeah, and I posted this image on Facebook, and so many people from around the country were celebrating this. And there were a number of questions. They said, was he, because they hear about the camera, they say, was he not wearing his bulletproof vest? He was, but keep in mind that doesn't protect all of you. Their shoulder, their places, even if it hits the right spot, it can hit you in that upper shoulder.
Sure, absolutely. Lots of exposed parts on the body. And as you just heard Stephanie say, shot in the thigh as well as the shoulder. You know, the bulletproof vest only goes so far. You have to be able to move your arms. And of course, the head. And my gosh, that, you know, the one area that, of course, you certainly don't want to get shot. So we're just so glad that in this particular case, he is going to be okay. And Steph, since you mentioned that he was shot in the thigh, he might not be able to walk out. We don't know how serious that injury
it just depends,
is.
yeah.
Right. Let's check in with Garrett Weimer. He's also watching this very closely right now, and he's joining us. And Garrett, listen, we don't get to celebrate these very often, so when we do, it is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think I'm just struck by the support there that you see. And, you know, we expected law enforcement out there, but just to see, you know, that line of officers and deputies and everything out there, it touches you to see that support for, you know, for their fellow deputy who we saw them jump into action to really pull that deputy to safety when this incident happened. I mean, that was something that we heard from the Sheriff Chitwood when he talked yesterday afternoon, talking about their training and how they just so quickly jumped into action to put that tourniquet on and to really, you know, while dealing with a scary situation there, to still prioritize the safety of their deputy and get him to safety. And, you know, we're just seeing a continuation of that out there this morning, I think, with this show of support for Deputy Rivera.
And just to bring people up to date on the suspect in this case, he did have a court appearance yesterday. We can tell you that his name is Luis Palanco. A history of violence with this person. They originally showed up to the house on a vandalism call. Is that right, Garrett? Do we know much more about what was the reason that the deputies were there?
Yeah, so it was a vandalism call that was kind of initially reported in the morning, and an issue that had happened that morning that was then later reported, and it was a friend of the mother, it appears, of the suspect's mother, who had some sort of a confrontation, some sort of issue with her car, and so had reported that, and that was you know, one of the things that we heard from the sheriff. It was a vandalism call that they were checking out, and then in the body camera video, you know, when they get to the door there of that suspect, and coming outside and then going back inside, and then it was just moments after that that the suspect is accused of opening fire right on those deputies. So yeah, you mentioned he was in court yesterday. Very brief first appearance in Volusia County. Bond was denied. There's going to be another hearing on that where they'll get the chance to, you know, put some evidence on and argue that again, or at least his defense will. But Bond was denied, and one of the only things we heard from that suspect in court yesterday was him saying, I want to talk to my mom, or I want my mom, speaking very briefly to the public defender representing him. He was wearing a blue suicide vest as well in court, and so just a brief first appearance for him. And yeah, there's some video.
He's got a very long history, obviously, Garrett. And we talked to Sheriff Ivey yesterday and Sheriff Chitwood today. And I think one scary thing about this is this emphasizes very well, this video, how dangerous law enforcement is every day, whether it's a traffic stop on I-4 or walking up to a house that seems like it's not going to be a big issue. They never know what danger is there. And unfortunately, when you watch this video, you see what seems to not be a desperate situation turn into where they're under heavy fire. And it's something they'll train on. Sheriff Chitwood had said, we can train them all we want, but at the end of the day, sometimes it's the good Lord and just pure luck that you survived. In this case, an angel was smiling on him that there were 12 shots fired, and yet this is the reception as he leaves the hospital today.
Yeah, no such thing as a routine call.
No.
We hear officers say it, and deputies, law enforcement say it all the time. There's no such thing as a routine call. You never know what you're going to be responding to, how someone's going to react, and I think this is evidence of that.
Again, we are still waiting on Deputy Rivera to come out of the hospital. The sheriff has, Volusia County Sheriff has something planned for him. Maybe this is the vehicle, Garrett. I'm not 100% sure. It looks like it might be. Let's go ahead and watch. All All right, if we can have audio so
That
we
is
can hear.
indeed
Yes.
him.
Yeah,
And
we heard
you
people
can
cheering.
hear the
but
cheers.
Yeah, we can go back to that audio.
And it does look like he is gingerly moving. I mean, as you said, he was shot in the thigh. You can just imagine, I'm sure the emotions he's feeling right now.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. And trying to walk, and Steph, you mentioned that he was shot in the thigh. You can obviously see him very gingerly watching. There's Sheriff Chitwood with him, and he's waving to the crowd.
You know, sometimes these jobs can be so thankless. And I think, you know, Sheriff Chitwood just wanted to take a moment and say, hey, everyone, give him a hero's welcome. He ended up inviting the public on social media for this hero's welcome, and he's clearly getting it today.
Yeah, they've still got the image of his body camera on Volusia County Sheriff's X page where they're showing the image of that. And this is a day he's not going to soon forget. He's got a road ahead of him, of course, to get back where he can be back on patrol. But right now, he's just so grateful that he gets to leave the hospital and return home to his family and meet. Look at all the hugs and the fellow officers and deputies that are greeting him.
Love to see this. Again, married father of 3 young children, a former member of the U.S. Army. So he is a veteran as well, who probably, just like all of us watching this weekend, as some of his old comrades, Army soldiers, sadly lost their lives in Kuwait, and probably that weighed heavy on him. He went out on this call, and now here he is. Hallelujah, he's going to be okay. We just want to reiterate the suspect in this case, and just to show how dangerous of a suspect this is. He, in his affidavit, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office says that he only stopped firing because he ran out of ammunition. And so
emptied his whole full clip, 12 shots.
Yeah, absolutely. So really scary, and it just goes to show how truly very lucky this young man is.
And as we're watching him give out these hugs, something unique I just want to mention is that on his back there it says, "Got your 6." That is many times used in the military to mean, I've got your back, I'm watching you. So I think that was a purposeful choice today that he may have worn that shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love that. A great observation there, Steph. And we're not exactly sure if his family members are here with him. We know that, again, he is married with 3 small children. And my guess is that they are probably going to maybe be with him as he's about to go through this. I love it, you guys. How many hugs has he given so far?
These
At least
are different
100.
departments now. I mean, these are not all the same department. A lot of them were from Volusia County, but we've got different departments now. Just saying thank you.
God bless. That's beautiful to see. Well, this is among the surprises. Unfortunately, we don't have audio for you, so we weren't able to. We heard some people clapping right initially, right as he got out of the SUV, and we've lost that audio. So unfortunately, we're not able to hear. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And as we're seeing this beautiful welcome home, you know, you can't help but think this is such stark contrast to what he experienced that day. I mean, just to give you an idea, the suspect has a history of mental health issues, aggressive or violent interactions, and he said that he intentionally fired at the deputies. So I think the reason for this welcome home in many ways is because this was most likely a targeted attack on these deputies. And, you know, the sheriff in this community is saying, not here.
Yeah, and in many cases, we've had Sheriff Chitwood on our air saying a senseless and preventable tragedy. You can see him there walking over. I mean, this is a man that, by all accounts, with his background, should not have been out of jail. And that's been the argument from Sheriff Chitwood. And certainly, I'm sure he will use this to move that forward. Right now, they are moving him forward. You can tell he wants to walk. I'm sure they offered him other modes of transportation. But yeah, I'm sure his answer was no, I will walk myself.
Yeah, the strength and bravery of this deputy, again, a former U.S. Army veteran. He is about to get on the Volusia County Sheriff's helicopter here and be transported over to Boster Park, where I imagine another celebration is probably planned for him. And you can see, again, walking very gingerly as he did suffer a gunshot wound to both the leg and the torso, his shoulder. And again, going back to just some of the disturbing things that were said by the suspect in this case, saying that if he had not run out of ammunition, I would have continued shooting and been forced to kill the deputy. Initially claiming that he said he aimed at the deputy's chest because he believed that he probably was wearing a bulletproof vest, but then later admitting to more lethal intentions. He described, again, this is the suspect, described himself as having a horrible day that began with an argument with his mother and an encounter with her friend, as you guys were just describing.
So they are loading him into the chopper. He is going to get a tour of Volusia County. We know that on his way to his ride that, we don't know how much he knows. I mean, he may just be finding out what he's in store for. I'm sure he's overwhelmed just by the amount of people that are greeting him and the sheriff himself traveling with him.
And clearly as a very loving family. I mean, they've said previously they're very focused on his recovery. He's going to be dealing with a lot still. And, though Chitwood reported that Rivera is anxious to return to work, he is ready to get back into the field, which many times for, heroes like this is what their attitude is always like.
Right, absolutely. So it's going to take a couple of minutes to get the chopper fired up. That is not instantaneous. So yeah, this is something that will take a little bit of time. They're going to make sure that he is safely inside of the chopper and that he is all ready to go and strapped in. And once again, we want to bring Garrett in, and we could see Sheriff Chitwood there talking to some other folks there. We had Sheriff Chitwood on in our 8 o'clock hour, and we got delayed by the Secretary of War's announcement, so we weren't able to talk to the sheriff. So we don't really know a whole lot about the surprise, unfortunately, just because he probably wouldn't have told us much anyway, right, Garrett? Because he wanted to keep it a little bit of it under wraps. But we missed our interview with him this morning, so disappointed we didn't get to hear from him, but great to see him so actively involved in this.
Yeah, and one of the things he had said yesterday was that this deputy Jose Rivera had said before that he had wanted to be trained on Air One, wanted to do some stuff, wanted to go up in it, and obviously the first, didn't get a chance to enjoy a first flight on it. So this is really just a way. I think they said they're going to take a scenic route, let him enjoy the beauty of Volusia County from that vantage point, and really just celebrate his recovery from this. And we know there's a crowd that's likely going to be waiting for him at the park there to send him off as well. So really just a little bit of I think a way for the sheriff to show their appreciation for him, and we know he has certainly been through a lot in the past couple of days after that interaction with that suspect. And one of the other things interesting, I know you guys were talking about some of what we learned from the arrest affidavit about that suspect. The sheriff says in their investigation they also found that the suspect had asked AI just a couple of weeks ago, if he could kill someone who came on his property. So very disturbing alleged search on artificial intelligence, some sort of platform there. We don't know what, but that was what the sheriff talked about, saying that they discovered that and uncovered that search of an AI asking, can I kill someone who comes on my property? Yeah, absolutely. And they said the AI platform essentially said, it kind of frowned on that and said that tried to discourage him from taking that step, and then provided some information about stand your ground laws and that kind of thing. So you talk about the whether there was thought that went into this ahead of time. According to investigators, it was at least something that was on the mind of this suspect a couple weeks before with that AI question that was typed in. So. Yeah. Interesting details there.
Yeah, Garrett, one of the other things we learned is that he apparently said that he had been off of his schizophrenia medication for about a month, had missed a doctor's appointment. So again, all of this playing into maybe the mental health state of the suspect in this case, which a lot of it probably will be coming up in his defense. But in the meantime, we celebrate Deputy Rivera, who is now strapped in, the door closed on the helicopter there, Volusia County Sheriff's Office. And again, this is not a quick process, so it's going to take them a few minutes. They haven't even fired up the blades yet, so it'll be a few more minutes.
Looks like the sheriff is not going with him, but he's packed him in there. He's ready to go.
Well, and it was nice to see that kind of fond farewell you saw with Sheriff Chitwood right there. He did previously say that from what Rivera told him yesterday evening, he already wants to get back to work, and he did kind of joke when I got there. He was eating chicken and waffles and watching SpongeBob. So clearly he was also really well taken care of at the hospital, and you can tell he has, again, a very loving family and clearly a loving community too. too.
Yeah, we're seeing these motorcycles. These are at Dewey Boster Park, I believe, waiting for him there. They're just from all different departments. And Garrett brought something up interesting there as well, his searches on AI. And you're going to start seeing more of this. How involved should AI be in alerting police or alerting law enforcement to these searches? If you take this search at its face value, I don't think that would raise any red flags. Could you shoot someone on your property that you might be looking to harm someone? But I think you'll see that moving forward with law enforcement. What is too far crossing a line where law enforcement has to be alerted? We're just in this new age of technology. We've always had searches on computers, and those are often used after the fact. We've seen them in criminal trials. But, trying to almost stop something before it happens.
This could be, and we're not 100% sure, but we do see some young children, potentially his kids, right? It is a school day, so most kids would be in school right now. So potentially those are his children. Again, he's a father of 3, and we're looking right here at this video, and that could be them. Not 100% sure. We're going to hopefully find out here in a couple of minutes. But again, waiting on the chopper. They haven't even fired up the blades. It's going to be a couple more minutes, so we wait patiently for that as they get ready to take off and make their way over to Boster Park. It won't take them long to get there. And in the meantime, so many.
But I don't think they're going directly. They're going to make sure he has a view of Volusia County.
Right, which will be nice. So give him a little treat, right? There's the sheriff thanking everybody for coming and for all the support that he's gotten from all the local municipalities and different teams who showed up today. Again, not just the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, but many other agencies who are there to celebrate Deputy Rivera's life and the good news that he has survived probably one of the scariest days of his life. And this is a man who also served in the U.S. Army.
And they are firing things up. So this in itself is really cool for a lot of people. You don't get to see this very often, where a chopper from, of course, the law enforcement, in this case, Volusia County Sheriff, get all fired up and take off, which if you've seen them take off, it's pretty amazing just watching them, how quick they can elevate.
Yeah, here we go. And they're taking their time here. A little bit of pomp and circumstance. You can see Sheriff Chitwood again just standing off to the side there as we wait for the chopper to take off. And again, we heard it's going to make a little bit of a scenic tour for Deputy Rivera before then landing over at Boster Park, where there will be a celebration for him as well. And we did just get confirmation that the children that we were seeing wearing the little firefighter hat and the little girl who had the backpack, that those are two of his kids. So lovely to see that. There it goes. The chopper now taking Deputy Rivera on a short tour before landing at the park.
Yeah, we get to see these in the sky so many times. We don't get to see him take off as this case. And obviously, they're not going to go super fast because they want him to enjoy the ride. And he's got a great seat of Volusia County watching this vantage point. Probably knows his kids are there. He may not know. That may be part of the surprise.
Well, and it's kind of interesting to see this symbolism here of him getting lifted up, right? Because really, that's what he's doing right now. So Sheriff Chitwood is lifting him up. He had a post earlier today that just said, it's going to be a beautiful day for Deputy Rivera to be discharged from the hospital. Again, this is in the line of duty where he was shot in the leg and the chest as well. And he had that, miracle moment where that bullet ended up hitting his worn body camera. And just incredible to see him up there today.
We want to check in with Amanda Ruiz. She is actually live at Dewey Boster Park, which is where that chopper is eventually going to go. And I know there's a surprise waiting for him. Amanda, you've been talking about this since early this morning. He is on his way there now. What's that scene look like?
Let me tell you, the anticipation right here at this park, we all just want him to get here. We've been waiting since Monday when this unfortunate incident even happened, and now we're just waiting to see him and celebrate him. He's going to land right here in this park right behind me, and this is where he's going to be and be welcomed by a bunch of his peers. One of them is Lieutenant John Court. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. First of all, tell me, how's it going to feel to see him when he gets off that chopper? What's going to go through your head?
Yeah, just relief. This is a good day for us. You can see behind me members of our organization, sworn and civilian. We're out here to support him. It's a good day, and I'm very thankful, as is the rest of the organization, that this is a welcoming home and an escort back to his house versus a funeral procession. So
I agree. Talk to me a little bit about who's out here and what it's like to have everyone come together for honestly, it's a celebration, because you said we could have been we could have been talking about a funeral here,
correct.
But now we're celebrating him coming home to his family.
Yeah. So you see members of the Sheriff's Office. We have also members of Deltona Fire Rescue, civilian staff with administration, human resources. I mean, everybody's here purchasing, professional standards. You see our motorist deputies behind us, honor guard. So it's a really good showing of our organization.
One thing we talked about before is law enforcement. They're like, you guys are brothers and sisters. You take this serious. You're family.
Sure.
So when you heard about this incident and what happened to Deputy Rivera, what went through your mind?
It's obviously a lot of emotion. Responding to the scene in whatever capacity that you respond to, the first question you have is, oh my God, is the deputy okay? Is he going to survive? And then, as information develops and you realize that, okay, his injuries are severe, but they're not life-threatening, you kind of breathe a sigh of relief. And then it's, from there, it's really all business because everybody has a job to do. And ultimately, we're able to take the suspect into custody. So,
Deputy Rivera has been really doing well. Sheriff Chitwood even said that he was watching SpongeBob, he was eating, he was having a good time. He even put his thumbs up and gave us a thumbs up when he was being wheeled out on his stretcher.
Sure.
Is that just kind of the type of guy Deputy Rivera is?
Yeah.
What is he like?
Yeah, he's a great deputy. He's been here for a number of years now. I had the honor of supervising him when I was assigned to training. He was one of our deputy training officers. Just a great all-around guy, and this is a good story. We're glad he's coming home.
Talk about a few members of the community have come back by and they see the group of people here. They've obviously asked about it. They all know about it. One thing that I said is, the deputy was shot on Monday. They're like, I know him, Deputy Rivera. Is he doing okay? Why is he coming here? What's it like to know that the impact of the community cares so much about a fellow deputy of yours?
Yeah, I think that just speaks volumes for the kind of deputy that he is and his character. Obviously here in Deltona, we have a lot of support for the Sheriff's Office, and I think that's just indicative of the support that we get across the county.
We talked about the community, the law enforcement. You all care about him. He's also a father, so that's also a different story in its own.
Yeah.
The family, I'm sure you guys have been supporting. How have you been supporting this family over the last few days?
Yeah, so, I know firsthand that the sheriff and all of our executive command staff, they just pulled out all the stops. Whatever the family needs, hey, if you need something to eat, if you need a break, if you need somebody to watch your kids, everybody's just stepping up, so, yeah.
Talk about what it's going to like when he lands on that. Do you have a plan? Is there anything? Are we just cheering?
Yeah,
are we just really excited?
Yeah, I kind of think it's going to be like being at a ball game when your favorite team wins. Everybody's going to be cheering. There's going to be applause. Definitely going to be emotional. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have chills thinking about it, seeing him get off that helicopter. So it's just it's a good day and everybody's looking forward to it.
One thing our anchors were saying when he was walking to the helicopter, he was taking a little bit because he was hugging so many people. He's loved, would you say?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. He definitely is, and like I said, he's a great deputy, and we're very thankful that he's coming home.
I love that. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. What would your words be to Deputy Rivera? I know you're going to talk to him when you see him, but just in case he's going to be overwhelmed with love, what would you say to him?
Oh, man, welcome home. We're glad you made it, and the sheriff's office has your back from here on out for the recovery.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant. We really appreciate it. And now we wait for him.
Yep,
Thank you so much. I want to continue to show you. So he's going to land over here on this side between, I don't know if my photographer could show it, but it's 6 and 5 right in that area. And let me tell you, there are a ton of people out here. It's honestly a beautiful thing to see just how loved Deputy Rivera is. I mean, he is loved in himself. He's a father of 3. His family is out here. They were out here with the Deltona Fire Rescue, and they had little hats for them. So they're just trying to make them feel comfortable. We see the sheriffs here on motorcycles drove up. It is an overwhelm. As many people that could come out here, we're just going to be celebrating. And it's just beautiful. We're just waiting here. Everyone's excited. It's a beautiful thing. I mentioned it before to the lieutenant, but we've had a few people come up to me and walk over. They see the big group of people. They're not used to it. And they said, what's happening here? And I said, Deputy Rivera, he's coming home. They're going to airlift him from the hospital, and we're going to celebrate him. And they know exactly who I was talking about. They were saying that they're thankful that this happened and that he was able to be here. And guys, overall, anchors, like, this is just a beautiful thing, an exciting thing. And now we wait. This is the worst part. It's just waiting for him to arrive.
Right? It's hard to be patient when everyone's so excited. We see the kiddos. They're so cute, Amanda. All of them over there waiting for Dad. We just got briefed by our producer that the helicopter did a little lap around Daytona International Speedway above, which is actually set up right now, as Ryan knows, for the Daytona 200 this weekend. And then I guess went over by the beach to give him a little bit of coastline view.
So it's not a direct flight. They're going to make sure he enjoys his first flight, probably in the Volusia County chopper.
Yeah, and Church River projected that he's going to land.
One thing that you guys mentioned.
Oh, go ahead, Amanda.
One thing that you guys mentioned is that when he was hugging everyone, and you guys like, oh, he's getting there, that really resonated with me, because you could really tell how loved he is and how much he loves his community and how happy he is to be here. It's just a beautiful thing to see the community come together for him.
Yeah, and even some of these officers in law enforcement and deputies that may not have known him or met him personally, this is the bond that you often see in law enforcement, that they come out whenever they can to support someone, and they have that bond, and that's the special part. And this is obviously the side here that he's waiting for when he gets there.
Yeah, this is the scene that you hope for whenever a deputy is shot in the line of duty. This is what you want the outcome to be, and sadly we know that is not the case. And so that is why there is such pomp and circumstance for this particular deputy, because this is exactly what we hope and pray for. And look at his sweet
kids
little
waiting
guy.
on him. Yeah.
Oh, that's precious. Absolutely precious.
Can you even imagine how that family feels today? The relief must be unbelievable. Just want to bring everyone up to date. It's 11:29 right now, but just turned 11:30. Sheriff Chitwood did project for the scheduling that he's going to land at that park at 11:30. So again, we are on countdown waiting for that deputy to arrive. And as he was initially released from that vehicle and getting into the hospital, he was limping a bit. He was definitely going more gingerly than maybe we had hoped, but recovery is still going to be there. He was shot twice, so this is something that we're going to have to think about as he's going into the next couple of weeks. Sheriff Chitwood did say he wants to get back to duty as soon as possible, which often happens with these good guys.
Yeah, Amanda, do we know what they've got planned for him there at the park in Deltona? Looks like his family's there. I'm assuming they will drive him home from there, but in terms of all the people that are there for him?
The best part is when I asked him, is there any plan? They're just like, we're just here to cheer. We're here to make him feel welcome. We're here to make everyone feel comfortable and excited. So I think there's a plan to really celebrate him, be so excited, hug him, just welcome him home, and then just take it from there. They're just excited to see him land and then just celebrate him.
The kids are so little, at least the two younger ones probably really don't even understand the gravity at all of the situation and how serious this was for Dad. His older son, it looks like he has an older son and then a daughter and then the little guy there who's absolutely adorable. But right, you don't even understand. One, you don't know how dangerous Daddy's job is.
No.
And two, you don't understand how close he was to losing his life. And so we're just so very grateful for this moment.
Yeah, they'll understand later in life. They'll see these
and the
images.
Beautiful thing.
Yeah.
The beautiful thing about what the lieutenant mentioned is that they were really there for the family. They said, if you need a babysitter, we're here. If you need us to run to the grocery store, we're here. So it's just, again, like Ryan said, it speaks to that brotherhood and sisterhood that this law enforcement has.
So, Amanda, we're going to break away from you for just a second, go back to Garrett as we wait for the chopper to arrive. And Amanda, as soon as you hear that chopper, signal us and let us know. But in the meantime, let's bring Garrett back into the conversation. Hi, Garrett.
Hey guys, yeah, so we're continuing to watch that. What a precious family that we're seeing out there. Certainly glad we know they've got a lot to celebrate and seeing a big show of support there as well. I've got Jamie Copenhaver joining me live here as we wait for the arrival of Deputy Rivera. And so I want to bring in Jamie, former sheriff's detective and investigator. We've also got the live shot from the park there still up while we are looking and waiting for the arrival of Deputy Rivera. Jamie, first of all, we've been talking about this show of support for the deputy, and we're seeing it in so many different ways, from folks out there at the scene, from folks who have stepped up to help the family in so many ways, as we also look at the video of Deputy Rivera getting on that helicopter just a little bit ago. How ingrained is that brotherhood, that sisterhood, when we're talking about law enforcement in the aftermath of something like this happening?
Garrett, it's so ingrained that I wanted to run downstairs, get in the car, and drive to Deltona to give Rivera a hug myself. So it's there, right? Thank God this deputy walked out. But listen, you're watching something very unique. It's the machine of the men and women in law enforcement coming together for one of their own to this time not pay respects, but to celebrate. Garrett, he walked out of the hospital into the arms of his brothers and sisters in blue. And this was one of the best sights I've seen in a long time for something like this.
Yeah, I thought it was striking to hear, one of his colleagues saying they're thankful that this is an escort home instead of a funeral procession. Because, I mean, honestly, Jamie, I know you've been following this. You know the details of this case. It sounded like this was very close to, being a situation where this might have been a funeral procession today.
You know, the freshest thing and unfortunate is the deputies in Leavitt County. They were ambushed, and that certainly played out a lot different than what we're seeing here. And it's just, he's so blessed to have that sister and brotherhood in blue to be surrounded by. Because here's the other thing: he was shot. He was shot twice, right? Walked out of the hospital with a little bit of assistance. But the good news is, you see what's happening. That's his support mechanism. That's his work family that has kicked in gear and came together to escort him home. So, thank God for Mike Chitwood, class act. He showed up with a helicopter, and Rivera's getting that first class treatment, if you will, and as he well deserves.
Yeah, certainly been through a lot there, and just to talk to me about kind of what we're seeing out here, Jamie, and obviously it looks like he's going to be getting an escort after he gets here. What all are we looking at as we wait for Deputy Rivera to arrive?
These men and women are celebrating. They're celebrating the life of Deputy Rivera, but more importantly, Garrett, they're also celebrating they're not going to have to go to a funeral and go through that type of escort. We've always seen that line of officers outside of that hospital, and it's a grim view, right? When these deputies are fatally wounded, or these officers are fatally wounded. And this time it's opposite. We see lines and lines of deputies. But here's something else, Garrett. We're seeing the community come out. And, the machine is working as the machine does. Garrett, I don't know how it works, but it just starts crawling and grinding out help and assistance and support. And it's just amazing as to what the community can do in terms of giving back to Officer Rivera. They're coming out with greeting cards. We saw the fire department. It's just all kinds of community leaders and citizens coming out supporting this deputy at a crucial time of him being released from the hospital.
And we see his family standing by there, his beautiful children there as well, waiting on the arrival of their father at the Dewey Boster Park in Deltona. I can only imagine what they are feeling, what they are thinking right now. But what does a show of support like this for law enforcement mean, especially in this day and age where we know they face so much criticism and that kind of thing? What does it mean to see a response like this today?
Even on a day like this, with the daily or weekly criticism that we hear against law enforcement and those officers, the community sets that aside for just a moment, and they all come in support of this deputy. You kind of leave your political views and your other views outside of the theater, if you will, and they come together. But let me tell you, as far as from a law enforcement standpoint, Garrett, it doesn't get any better than this. I mean, you're seeing the community come out in support, but here's the bigger thing. You're actually able to kind of like meet your neighbor, if you will. And I think in this case, it helps maybe cross some of those bridges of that, we always hear the deputy should have done this or he shouldn't have done that. And it kind of ties the community a little bit stronger with law enforcement. The other difference is we see deputies and officers from all around. So it's not just Volusia County personnel, it's other agencies. So, this certainly gives them an opportunity to interact with the community. And you want to build that relationship. And what better way to do that? Celebrating Deputy Rivera coming home.
And, just logistically, we obviously see a lot of law enforcement here, but we also know that oftentimes when there's something like this, that other law enforcement agencies will kind of step up and answer some calls, whatever may be happening in Volusia County right now, so that Deputy Rivera's brothers and sisters can be out there for him today. I think that's just another cool way to see the show of support and how this family really kind of steps up for one another in a situation like this.
Yeah, that's common. Going back to the Lake County deadly assault and ambush. I mean, surrounding agencies took up the slack. They filled in and stood in the gap for those men and women at the Lake County Sheriff's Office. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out here in Volusia County. And of course, Sheriff Mike Chitwood has that relationship with those surrounding agencies that they all interact, they all train together. And, fortunately for the sheriff, he has these agencies coming in and no calls are going not answered, number one. But more importantly, like you said, Garrett, it's the whole family comes together at this point because the streets are being protected by other officers from agencies. It's an amazing machine to watch, Garrett.
Yeah, and we know they are looking forward to hearing and seeing their fellow deputy here any minute now. And let's go ahead and see if we can hear what this officer is saying right now. I may not have audio actually from that, so not exactly sure, but it looks like he may be saying something to his to the fellow folks there. We're
just going to go first, then the COC and command staff, and then afterwards it'll be the District 4 Bravo shift following behind. They should already be lined up, so they've already been identified.
That's the only people in that spot.
That's the only ones that we want coming. So,
if you want to join the route alongside, it's Saxon to North Normandy to Deltona Boulevard, and Deltona Boulevard to Cloverleaf to take them home.
Anybody have any questions?
So laying out the plan there, I think it's going to be really cool to see. And like you said, Jamie, I know this is oftentimes when we see this, it's not a celebration. So I think that just makes it even more special on a day like today to know that he's going home, he's recovering, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting their game plan together, right? It's going to be a parade. Deputy Rivera leading that parade. So certainly you want to show the respect, Garrett, and I think that's what the sergeant was trying to do, was set up this parade route, if you would, with his squad mates perhaps leading behind him and leading the rest of the law enforcement personnel. So I think that's what we just heard. But can you imagine being a neighbor of Deputy Rivera and you step outside and you see hundreds of police cars coming down your street? Let's hope that they're set up. They have yellow ribbons, welcome home, blue ribbons, etc. But they certainly are set to go. We see them lined up double file, right? So presumably Deputy Rivera is going to walk down that walkway here shortly and greet more of his fellow deputies and officers.
Yeah, we saw him have a long line of folks wanting to give him a hug, his colleagues, when he was getting on board Air One at Halifax Health just a little bit ago. So we know that people are really just wanting to show their love for him out there today. I do, Jamie, want to talk a little bit about this case as well, because several concerning kind of aspects of it, I think, that have kind of been brought to the fore. And the first thing I want to get your reaction to is that body camera. I mean, that physical camera on the chest. We've seen the images of it, and how it deflected a bullet there. And we've heard the sheriff say several times now that there was an angel looking out for Deputy Rivera, because an inch one other direction, and this could have been very different.
Yeah, I mean, these body-worn cameras, they're made of a hard polymer or plastic, Garrett, and it was just dense enough that when that projectile or bullet hit Officer Rivera's camera, unfortunately, it ricocheted and did strike him somewhere in the upper torso. But thank God that camera caught that round. And of course, Garrett, he had his vest on, but if that round would have been above that vest line, that certainly could have been a fatal shot. So, kudos to Mike Chitwood for the body-worn cameras. And, I heard, it was either you or Amy, I think, covered, there is no such thing as a routine call, Garrett. And we've seen that play out in time and time. But this case really demonstrates there's no routine call. And thank God Deputy Rivera survived that fight and will survive to fight the next fight. But they have the routine calls, even a domestic can go south very quick. And unfortunately, there are evil people out there that want to do law enforcement harm, and you've got to be on your A game on every call.
Yeah, former Sheriff's Detective and Investigator Jamie Copenhaver, we appreciate you joining us here as our coverage continues here on Fox 35, awaiting the arrival of Deputy Jose Rivera. And right now I'm going to go ahead and send things back to our crew in the studio, guys.
Garrett, thanks. Good insight there for sure. And they, of course, are taking their time on that flight, which I'm sure he's enjoying.
Oh, absolutely, right? Enjoy it while you can, because you're probably going to be stuck at home and then going to rehabilitation and doctor's appointments over the next probably month or two as he tries to recuperate from his injuries. So yeah, enjoy this. Absolutely. Might never get a chance to do something like that again.
And he'll be a dad pretty soon, too, again, where he's got the kids, how that goes.
Yeah, and the kids don't care that dad's not at 100%.
Hopefully they won't be jumping right into his arms. I have a feeling that probably will happen. But this is so amazing to watch this coverage, because you can just tell it's not just about this moment, right? It's so much bigger than that, especially for Sheriff Chitwood. He wants to make this an example moment and say, okay, this can be a thankless job, but today we want to make sure and really highlight Deputy Rivera.
Yeah, and we do know that the producer Davis told us the chopper is heading back toward Deltona now. That's where we find Amanda Ruiz. She's at Dewey Boster Park, where I know they've been talking about, they've got it planned out once they get there, Amanda, to welcome him, and then they'll have kind of a motorcade, if you will, a parade that will take him probably to his home.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. They're going to come down. He's going to land here. And let me show you this. It's a huge field that's ready to welcome his helicopter and Deputy Rivera. I mean, he's the man of the hour right now. Everyone just wants to see him. Everyone's excited to see him. You could see one of his children right there in the orange shirt was running around. She's excited to see her dad. Like you guys spoke about a little bit earlier, they can't tell the gravity of the situation, but I'm sure they're ready to see Daddy. Daddy is their main priority right now. And then over here, if my photographer pans over, this is also his family. This is his brothers and his sisters of the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, who are ready to welcome them home. I mean, I spoke to one Lieutenant John Court, and he was just talking about how heartbreaking it is when any of his law enforcement officers are just hurt in the line of duty, and not even in the line of duty. This is their family. This is who they really look out for. They are taught from the beginning of training that it's them against the world. They are to serve their community and be there for each other, and this is who they spend their most time with, is each other. One thing about Deputy Rivera is we're told that he is just an overall great guy. So when this happened, it really hit home for them, and a lot of them did know him. They said that he was a great guy who really put his community first, put his family first, put his fellow deputies first. And so when this happened to him, it really struck a chord to them that, man, this was tough. But like they've been saying all before, this could have been a totally different story. This could have been a processional for a funeral. But instead, they are welcoming him home again. He was shot when he was just doing your normal kind of call, responding to a home, and the suspect opened fire on him, and thankfully he had that body camera on him to protect him. and he is just in full spirits. I mean, Sheriff Chitwood, he said that he went to visit him just yesterday, and he was watching SpongeBob, eating food, laughing. And even when he was taken away on the stretcher earlier that day, he put his hand up in the air and he gave everyone a thumbs up, saying that he is okay. He's in good spirits. And when he was coming out, walking to the helicopter, he was hugging people. He was just so excited. So overall, great guy. Here at the park, we are waiting for his arrival. We've got fire crews, we've got deputies, the sheriff's about to arrive any minute. We've got his family out here, community members, and everyone knows who Deputy Rivera is because of this, and we are just so excited to have him back with us. So I'll send it back to you guys at the desk as we wait for him to get here, because he's taking a scenic route right here. He's looking at all of Daytona, all of Volusia County before he comes and visits us.
I love it. Well, you know the kiddos are super anxious to see their daddy, and probably his wife too. But Amanda, thank you so much for that. And we heard earlier one of the deputies talking about, I think there's going to be a processional from Boster Park to get him home. And so they were kind of directing some of the other law enforcement there about, okay, not everybody is going to, be able to escort him home. Because right now you're in an issue where you don't want to have to shut down all the streets and other things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Sheriff Chitwood invited the public to come for this hero's welcome. And maybe some of them didn't expect for them to come out quite so much. This is, an incredible turnout. Again, if you're just tuning in right now, there was a deputy that was shot in the line of duty in Volusia County. It initially was just for a vandalism call. It was supposed to just be a car vandalism call. Ended up getting shot at, again, in the chest, where you saw that. We had that picture up for just a moment where you could see the bullet went right into the body camera. Sheriff Chitwood saying that it was very important that that camera was there that day, because who knows what would happen.
Yeah, and he said not all law enforcement love wearing those. I mean, this is something that you're seeing more and more often in most departments, but in this case, it was able to ricochet that bullet and move over. You see some of the families that are out there. Certainly his kids have seen him in the hospital over the last day or two, but it'll be a special moment when they can see Dad walking over to him, and they've probably been prepped as well that Daddy's going to have kind of a rehab ahead of him where he's got to get back to normal.
Gentle hugs only.
Yes.
Gentle hugs only, right? Yes, and we can tell you that the suspect in this case, again, did make a court appearance yesterday. No bond, so he will be held behind bars. He did have a history of issues with law enforcement. He was not a stranger to law enforcement, and basically came out and said after the fact that he was having a horrible day, that he had apparently gotten to an argument with his mother and his mother's friend, which led up to all of this, which is why the deputies were there in the first place. He fired off those shots, saying that he would have fired off more shots had he had more ammunition. So this could have been a much worse situation.
And facing some very serious charges, as Garrett had said, we saw him this morning. He had the suicide vest on as they were looking into his well-being, and of course his past, all of that. He does not have bail because he's facing some very serious charges, including attempted murder of a law enforcement officer.
Well, and I think that's another reason the community wanted to show up so much, because again, the reports from the sheriff's office was that this suspect intentionally fired at the deputies. No one wants to hear that. He was thinking that ballistic vests would protect them, he initially said, but then later admitted that if he hadn't run out of ammunition, he would have continued shooting and would have been forced to kill the deputy, he said, in that arrest affidavit. So again, just really disturbing details in this case.
Absolutely. And again, just goes to show how very lucky Deputy Rivera is to have survived this. Again, we were showing video earlier of him coming out of the hospital and getting onto the chopper. There in the lower right part of the screen, you can see the suspect there. His name is Luis Palanco. Again, he is now in custody, and he will probably be held for a very long time. Might not be able to see the light of day again, depending on what happens with this case. So again, there's his children. You can see over there on the other side, Deputy Rivera's children, as they celebrate that their dad is soon going to be landing in this park. Probably haven't seen anything like this before, a chopper coming down, and their daddy is going to be getting out of that chopper and being welcomed, and then he will be heading on home, which I'm sure he's going to be very excited to go home to his own bed and to rest and recuperate there.
And they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. They're getting into Deltona right now, but of course it's going to take a little while to get him out of the chopper and get him. He's going to have hugs, and a lot of, I think, what you saw when they left, you're going to see on this side of as well. Officers coming up to him, and in some cases you've got family members and probably just general members of the public that are out there to say thank you, and have taken up Sheriff Chitwood saying, come on out and thank a hero in person.
When as we're watching that beautiful family, you're seeing the kids run around. Clearly they're excited, as Amy just mentioned. But again, working in the news, we a lot of times report on these stories that don't have this outcome.
Right.
So many times do we see law enforcement go out into the scene and they end up having a fatal outcome. So today we're seeing somebody who ended up coming out alive. Yes, he's still dealing with clearly that gunshot wound to his thigh. by. We saw him kind of limping along as he got out of the car and into the helicopter. So he's still going to have a road to recovery. His family says they are fully supporting that recovery and of course will be there for him. So again, just a moment to celebrate. And Sheriff Chitwood said, I want to take it and I'm going to do it full bore, right? And take a full tour of Volusia County as well in the meantime.
I love that. Yeah, he's giving a great helicopter tour right now, as we mentioned earlier. Got to take a loop around Daytona International Speedway, where they were prepping for the Daytona 200 this weekend. And you saw Ryan's interview with Tyler Scott earlier, who is all set and ready to go for that. Now we see the chopper coming into view. They also went around the beach, went up to New Smyrna Beach, and now they are finally making their way to Boster Park, and it is a sight to be seen, my friend.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see how they're going to do this parade route, because it's going to go down Saxon, Normandy, into Deltona. Will they take him all the way to his house? I'm thinking probably not at this point, but we don't know.
I don't know, though. There was a lot of motorcycle riders, too, there from different law enforcement agencies. And again, this was not just the Sheriff's Department that turned out. We saw police officers there as well, multiple agencies. So again, it'll be interesting to see if that follow happens, Ryan.
Yeah, now he'll go all the way to his house, no doubt about that. Will they take the procession all the way there?
What are they going to do if he says he wants to stop at Donnie's Donuts and make a couple other stops along the way, right?
At the donut shop.
Right? As well they should.
Well, the sheriff said he was having chicken and waffles yesterday while watching SpongeBob, so I bet he's got some other meal on his list for sure.
Well, definitely a celebration with his family at home tonight, and we know that, and probably a big homemade dinner and lots of celebrating at the Rivera house. My guess is that they'll have a little family party planned later today for him, so love to see this. It is truly a show of just how grateful everyone is that Deputy Rivera is alive and well and able to celebrate with them, because as you just mentioned, Stephanie, this is sadly something that we don't always get to see when an officer is shot in the line of duty.
And I think just such a reminder about what is special about Central Florida right now. You know, I worked in New York for the past 5 years, and you don't often see things like this. So again, I think very unique here to Central Florida that we have sheriff's departments that do this kind of thing and celebrate them, and clearly lifting them up right now.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen this return like this. We've seen people released from the hospital. I don't know that we've seen a sheriff take them up and give them a tour of Volusia County and then make sure that not only when he takes up, but when he lands, he's got that hero's welcome. And he is being treated like the hero that he is this morning, without a doubt.
Yeah, Sheriff Chitwood likes to do things big, right? He sure does. And we love to see it. It's fun to follow along and to get to witness this as well. Again, as we showed you earlier, Amanda Ruiz is down on the ground there in Boster Park, and it appears that Deputy Rivera's wife and other family members are there, along with his 3 young children. He is a U.S. Army veteran, so he did serve as well, serve our country. He also worked as an Orange City police officer there in Volusia County before coming to the Volusia County Sheriff's Office in 2023. So he has been with the Sheriff's Office for a couple of years now. And Amanda interviewed somebody earlier who said that he worked with Deputy Rivera and just how well liked he is.
Well, remember, Deputy Rivera's partner was a rookie. This is the tough part about law enforcement. You can work years, if not decades, and never have something like this happen, or you can be a rookie in your initial days, and this is what you run into. And unfortunately, that was the case for the rookie who, it's not only we have Deputy Rivera here with his physical injuries, but there's just getting back in the field, dealing with the trauma of being involved with something like that. And I think any officer would tell you that's a process in itself.
And I'm always amazed, again, our military veterans, they end up leaving the service and then they go into another form of service. They want to keep giving. They want to keep helping their community. And that's exactly what he's doing. As he was kind of walking out of that car and going into the helicopter, we also saw the shirt that he wore today. On his back, it said, "Got your 6," which is, again, a military term used very often just to mean, I've got your back. I've got your back, comrade. So, again, we're celebrating him having our back today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a great reminder, Stephanie, that they serve for us, right? They are there to protect us. And this is one of those cases where you just realize how fragile life is and how truly grateful we are that Deputy Rivera is able to truly walk away for being shot twice, once in the shoulder, once in the leg, and will be able to hug his family members again. And this is something that a couple of days ago, any mom would, you know, I'm sure every day she fears he walks out the door, right? Will he come home today? And that is truly the life of every spouse of a officer, whether it be a male or female. Every spouse wonders, will my loved one come home? And we're just so glad today that Deputy Rivera is coming home.
We see the chopper landing there, of course, and we're going to check in with Amanda in a second. Just imagine for that chopper pilot, it's not often they get to fly this kind of a mission. I mean, usually when you see these up there, they're looking for a suspect. They're in pretty intense moments, so very rare to kind of enjoy, kind of a joyride, if you will, to see Volusia County and honor him in that way for that pilot.
We're not sure, but we imagine Sheriff Chitwood has traveled from the hospital here to Boster Park, and that Sheriff Chitwood will once again greet Deputy Rivera as he exits the aircraft. So we're going to wait for that to happen. You know, of course, it's loud and windy whenever an aircraft touches down, so everybody's probably backed up quite a ways from the chopper as they slow down those blades. And they may not slow down the blades. They might actually leave the blades on and have Deputy Rivera exit the aircraft and then continue on their way. They might have other things going on today. We're not 100% sure how long the chopper will stay, but it is certainly going to be wonderful to see him greet his 3 little ones who are waiting patiently along with his wife.
As patiently as they can. The whole crowd. I mean, Sheriff Chitwood, it's at around 11:30, and they're in the ballpark, and those children probably are ready to see Dad by this point. There is Sheriff Chitwood. You are correct. He has made his way over to Boster Park there, and he will be among the first to greet him when he arrives off, and certainly he's going to walk off as we saw him walk on before.
And Sheriff Chitwood is really the one that made this kind of call to action, I would call it. He posted on social media, anyone who wants to show up and give him a hero's welcome home is appreciated. He put out that social media post on March 4th, and clearly the community responded. The law enforcement community responded. We have seen people from all kinds of agencies in Volusia County showing up today for Deputy Rivera.
Beautiful to see, and again, our camera trying to hold steady, maybe being blown around a little bit by the wind, but trying to hold steady here to get this shot of the helicopter. Again, it is now landed, and we do have a little bit of an update as well on the parade route. Ryan, you talked about that. It's going to go down Saxon to Normandy, right onto Deltona Boulevard, and then we'll end at his home. They just have a smaller group that's going to be escorting the deputy as he makes his way home today. So there might be some, you know, if you're heading out and you live in Volusia County, there might be some street closures or things to be aware of. Or if you see this now, you'll understand why.
Yeah, because those are some busy streets there with Saxon and Normandy. But you will know. They will let you know quickly that what's going on there.
And if you're just tuning in right before noon, we're right now watching a live view of a deputy that was shot in the line of duty in Volusia County. At the time, he was investigating a reported car vandalism at a Deltona home. He is set to be released from the hospital. He is released from the hospital as we're watching right now on this Wednesday morning. Again, we are just seeing him arrive here in Dewey Boster Park. It was set for 11:30 a.m., but hey, we're kicking things off at 11:55 and just excited to see him heading home once again.
Oh, look, there's his little girl.
Chitwood corralling the kids over there.
His daughter, and there's his oldest son. And then look at how sweet.
Looks like she may be among the first to greet him.
All right, I'm going to pause and just let the moment.
And so we see he is greeted by his family, and that was, we believe, his wife that was with him in the chopper. Certainly the kids were quick to come over, and a lot of family members, and many more people are at the park. Do we still have, is Amanda there with us?
Hey guys, yes, I'm here.
So Amanda, we've seen the family up there. Are there still people standing around the park waiting to greet him?
Yes, let me have my photographer Nick zoom out a little bit and turn around.
He's doing a great job. Thanks for showing us all that.
So loud from over there.
Oh my goodness, look at that crowd.
Wow. And Amanda, we just saw him get on the golf cart with the whole family. We were wondering how they were going to get him from the chopper to back to the vehicle. So I'm glad he doesn't have to walk. That would have been a long walk.
I know, but I'm sure he would probably try. You saw the little girl run up to him. He's probably like, oh, I'm running to her too.
Okay, so yeah, he's loaded up on the golf cart, as you can see there, with his family, and they are going to be taking him now. It looks like they're going to be able to walk him or drive him right through the crowd that is waiting on the sidewalk, which will be pretty cool to see.
Probably because the doctor was watching and said, all right, enough walking at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
We want him to recoup.
Exactly.
We want to celebrate him, but enough walking.
Right, and just to remind everyone, Deputy Rivera was hit twice, once in the chest where he had that bullet go straight into his body camera. It ended up ricocheting into his shoulder, and then he was also hit once in the thigh. He's definitely limping a little, being a little careful with that leg, so I'm glad to see they got him this golf cart.
Police escort right now with a golf cart. That's impressive. And there's
that leg.
What a day for him. Probably overwhelmed by this, I'm sure.
Oh, I can only imagine. His wife is seated immediately behind him, his 3 small children. What a special day for them to get to welcome Daddy home and to now see all of the people who love their daddy almost as much as they do.
Mm-hmm. Right, and Amy, we were kind of talking about this. The 2 youngest probably don't really understand what's happening. They're going to be thrilled to have Daddy home,
here.
but one day they're going to look back at this footage and wow, what a memory.
Saluting from the deputies.
Order! Arms! All uniformed personnel! Dismissed!
Sorry.
They've dismissed the officers there. You can see the cameras are still waiting for Deputy Rivera to now get off of the golf cart, get in his vehicle. He is going to be escorted all the way home.
He is, and they were patient because obviously they've been there since at least 11:15 waiting for that moment, and he is getting his hero's welcome home right now. They will take him, as we said, through that parade route as he shows his gratitude for all of those that have come out. And, you know, when he got off the chopper is one thing. I don't think he expected the crowd that was here and waiting for him when he got over.
Dallas and Jim. Dallas and Jim. Well, my whole shift. Bravo! Come on, buddy. Good to see you, man. What hurts? What hurts? Everything's sore. I'll leave that one alone. Welcome back, man. You're not annoyed, you. Thank you guys for everything. I'm glad. You're strong. You were strong. What's up, sweetheart?
I know.
He was strong.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. I do have a walker. We're going to get you over to this. I don't want to be on camera with a walker. All right, everyone look the other way. Thank you guys for everything. Hold on. Just like before. Yeah.
Deltona. 10 minutes.
Because we're in a truck.
Yeah, Katie. Mom, you want to be in with me or you want to be with kids? Up to you. Front seat again is fine. Or if you want to be in the back seat with him.
Yeah, we got the kids. We're going to meet mommy and daddy at the house. Priscilla.
What's coming up?
Danny.
Are you guys hopping in this mess? Yeah, we got
Priscilla?
Bravo's your big sister, right?
Yeah.
Here, guys.
You guys have to get in.
Sorry.
I need help downstairs.
That was precious. And again, just getting to see the emotion, hearing the emotion. We could hear the crying, and we heard the one deputy say, "What hurts?" And he said,
right.
"Everything."
What if you noticed he's still got the IV in his arm, the bandage? I mean, he literally just got out of the hospital. You can see he was a little sensitive getting into the car just with his leg injury there, but overwhelmed with all those that turned out. There was a lot of emotions there. This is the same sheriff's SUV that will take him back to his home this morning that also took him to the chopper.
And you heard a lot of thank yous as well from Deputy Rivera there. You can see that too. Everyone talks about the wave and big smile he has, and you could see it right there. Just clearly really grateful for the moment and the appreciation from the community.
Amen. Lucky to be alive and really feeling the gravity of what that is like to quite literally stare death in the face and know that you are going home to your family today.
Probably exhausted at this point. I mean, what a long process for him, and in as much as he enjoys this, I'm sure he's very, very tired at this point.
Yeah, I'm probably pushing it a little bit, right? We were kind of joking that I don't know if he took the crutch that he was maybe supposed to get at the hospital and said, I'm going to walk today. You know, it seems like that's kind of the guy he is. And Sheriff Chitwood even mentioned that he was already saying that I just want to get back to the line of duty. I want to get back to work.
Let's talk to Amanda Ruiz, who also got to witness all of this. And Amanda, kudos to your photographer who did such an excellent job of giving us a vantage point of seeing Deputy Rivera safely get into that SUV and will soon be on his way home. Amanda, I'm sure it was emotional for you too.
Oh, it was a beautiful thing. I don't know if you heard his wife, but one thing that really caught me off guard is she turned to all the deputies and one thing that she said was, thank you. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, so one thing I don't know if you heard, but his wife, one thing that really caught me off guard, because this is already an emotional affair, but she turned to all the deputies, tearful, tears strolling down her face, and she said, thank you so much for being there for him. And when she got in the car, he got in the car first, and they were like, oh, do you want to follow with us, or do you want to go with her? And she's like, I'm going in the car with him. She does not want to leave him out of her sight. And one thing that you can imagine, it's been a few days, but for her, these are the longest days of their life. They have been waiting, just wondering, when is he coming home? What's going to happen? And getting that call, you can already imagine what was going through her. So she's sitting in that car next to her husband, thankful that he's alive. One thing he did say that he's feeling very sore. He was willing to hug everyone, but he was like, I'm sore, it hurts, but big smile. That's one thing that we saw, a big smile. Everyone's so excited to see him. They saluted him. They said, thank you so much for being here. And now they're going to take him home. That's the one thing that he's been waiting for the last few days, is to just go home with his family, his 3 beautiful kids that were so excited to see him. They ran up to the helicopter. They had to be stopped by Sheriff Chitwood, be like, just wait a second. He will be here in a second. But everyone's just so excited to see him. And now they're going to take off. We've got the motorcycles behind us, him following, and a bunch of people and deputies following right behind him, ready to welcome him home in this processional. I think they're about to take off, so we'll let you guys watch that live.
Are you
That's been pretty amazing access to this point that we don't often see. I mean, see him loaded onto the chopper, see the chopper take off, and now the escort, which eventually will take him back to his home in Deltona.
Yeah, and anybody's guess at this point how long his recovery will be. My guess would be it'll be months.
Yeah.
And while he recovers, and maybe come back for a desk job or something else. And anytime there is an officer-involved shooting, there is a Florida Department of Law Enforcement investigation just to make sure that everything went as it should have. And so they will do that as well. And in the meantime, he is going to rest and recuperate, and his wife is probably going to enjoy, at least for a few weeks, taking care of him.
I would think so. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and clearly you could hear her sobbing as she was saying thank you to those deputies, and we were all getting choked up back here too, because again, this suspect fired 12 shots at Deputy Rivera and his partner during that reported vandalism call that they went on March 2nd, but he's okay. I mean, he's still there. He's limping a little bit. He ended up getting that shot to the shoulder after it ricocheted off the body camera and in his thigh, but recovery is better, the better outcome, of course.
Yeah, spent
and
2
don't we all
nights in
wish
the
to say
hospital.
we're all like
yeah,
this,
absolutely.
right?
2 long days for sure in the hospital for him, and relaxing, and now he's gonna need to rest tonight after what's going to be a very emotional day for him.
And again, as Amanda just mentioned, there will be a small motorcade that will direct him home. You saw Deltona Fire Rescue was the one who escorted him from the chopper back to the vehicle. Deltona is where this incident occurred, and probably they were some of the first responders on the scene when he was shot to make sure that he safely got to the hospital. So they have also played a big role in his recovery and getting him to where he is right now.
Police always directing traffic, even in their own event.
That's right. Somebody's got to tell them.
Right people for the job, that's
right.
for sure.
And there's Sheriff Chitwood, and as you mentioned, Ryan, you were right. He definitely has a bandaged hand.
He's
Not
got his
exactly
hand,
sure what happened to the sheriff there.
We don't know if that was a law enforcement injury or maybe a biking injury, but
right, or a kitchen injury.
I don't think he's ever called in sick a day of work in his life, so he's there ready to go.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
And again, this whole initiative and really this whole processional was spearheaded by Sheriff Chitwood. He's the one that put out that public post to everyone saying anyone who wants to show up and give Deputy Rivera a hero's welcome should come out today. And clearly people came out, even when, the photographer ended up panning over and you saw just the size of that crowd. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's grateful, but he's also frustrated. This was a suspect that should not have been out free in his mind based on his charges he's faced. And I think you'll see that he's grateful that his deputy is going home to his family, but I think you'll hear more of this as he talks about some of the sentences they have as they leave now for the park. And this is the procession that we talk about.
All right, we do have Sheriff Chitwood now, and again, Amanda is with him. And Amanda apologized to him that we weren't able to get him on the air earlier this morning. We were in a news conference with the Secretary of War when Sheriff Chitwood was supposed to join us. So we're so glad he's able to join us now. Amanda?
Good morning. Yes, I am here with Sheriff Chitwood, and we are walking over to our photographer right now. What did you say? First of all, we saw you talking to him before he took off to his processional. What did you say to him?
I just wanted to make sure that we did the right thing and honored him with all of this. And then we talked about his future and just, get home, recover, stay with your family, and we're behind you 1,001%. And, we're all proud of you. I mean, we've been in contact with him nonstop. And, when I watched the helicopter take off from the hospital, I thought to myself, this could be a completely different day today. What a great day God gave us. That young man has gone home and see those 3 little kids run up to that helicopter when he was getting off.
We were just saying that you had to stop her because she was so excited. You were like, "Hold on,
wait till the blades stop rotating, and then you can get up there."
Gosh, I'm gonna have you walk over here real fast. Seeing this go by, what's going through your head, and knowing that your deputies support each other so much? We talk about brother and sister relationships all the time, but to actually see it in full effect, what's that like?
I'm older now. When you're a deputy or you're a sergeant or a detective or a lieutenant, you're really cohesive with your platoon. But when you become the sheriff or the chief, there's an entire organization you're responsible for, sworn and civilian. And you just feel a different responsibility to them. Did I give them the proper training? Or give them the proper equipment? Am I paying them properly? Are they getting the proper benefits? Or are they getting the support from me? Am I their voice and advocate to get them what they need? And those things register, and they never go away. It's not that you're their father, but you're their person who's looking out.
What's Deputy Rivera even like?
He is, I'll tell you exactly what it's like. To sum it all up, I go to see him yesterday, and he's sitting there eating chicken and waffles, watching SpongeBob. And I said to him, maybe the TV in the hospital is broke. You're watching SpongeBob? He goes, no. When you're the father of 3 little girls, you eat chicken and waffles and watch SpongeBob. That's watch SpongeBob. That's how you decompress. So he is a super, super young man. He served our country in the Army. He has been a top-notch deputy since we brought him here in 2023, and he's got goals and dreams and aspirations in the sheriff's office. And the one thing he asks is that he stays in Deltona. This is his community. When he heals, this is where he wants to come back to police this community. And he told me that night when we went to see him, that, hey, Sheriff, please, whatever you do, don't transfer me. And, of course, he called me this morning to tell me he was out of bed, he was walking, he didn't want the walker, and please get me out of here as quick as you can. So we were able to push the hospital to kind of speed up his time to get out, and I'm thankful for that.
What's recovery going to be like? Do you know how long he'll be? I assume it's going to be for a couple months.
It's going to be a while. I mean, to get his leg and his shoulder back into shape, and then, I think one of the things, that's going to be the easy part, to heal, right? Physically, you're going to heal. It's mentally, when you met with the deputies one-on-one, and you can see it in their face. When you look at the officers that drug him away from the gunfire, who's applying a tourniquet, who's holding pressure on the wound as they drive him to the hospital, even the Air One flight crew, who once he was stable, flew him to Halifax. Those 2 guys were extremely upset. It's kind of different when you see your uniform laying there covered in blood. I mean, it really, I think, registers home. So our challenge now is to make sure mentally all of our deputies are up to speed, because I've been doing this a long time. It's not the day of, the day after, the month after. It's the months and years after that sometimes something triggers. And, we have a lot of money and time invested in these folks, and we want to make sure that they get all the help that they need, and they continue doing the tremendous work that they do.
Being the sheriff, if you could say, you already said so much to Deputy Rivera, but what would you say to him in his recovery journey that he has ahead of him, even to his family? I know we saw his wife crying, thanking you guys. What would you say to them?
We talked a lot, and I wanted him to know that as a human being, that I love him like a son, and I love his wife like my daughter, like I do all of my deputies, and that there is nothing that's insurmountable. And it's a phrase I learned not too long ago. It's okay to say you're not okay. So when you're having a bad day, or something comes back and you're like, I don't know what's going on here, reach out, because we have plenty of resources for everybody in this organization to do it, to make that turn to where they need to go.
Thank you, Sheriff Chitwood. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Can you talk about, again,
I want to tell you guys over here, we'll walk over here for a second. Sheriff Chitwood's a very popular man. He's done a lot for this community, and also just having Deputy Rivera there for him and seeing him, I'm sure it brought up a lot of emotions. People say, like, this is one of the risks of law enforcement, but you never expect it to happen. One thing we saw from his wife, Deputy Rivera's wife, is she was crying. This has been the longest, I bet, 2 days for her and her entire family. And they were just excited to see that it had a happy ending and that he's able to go home. And that's where the processional is going right now. All the deputies are heading over to their home right now to welcome him home. He's got a long journey to recovery ahead, but like Sheriff Chitwood said, he's staying here. He does not want to be transferred. He wants to continue serving this community, and I think that's a beautiful thing. For now, I'll send it back to you in studio.
Amanda, great job on the interview, and great job to Nick for all that as well. You kind of led a press conference there. Some other media outlets were able to talk to him after all that. Yeah, Nick, great job showing all that, and you can hear the emotion and the passion in Sheriff Chitwood's voice.
Absolutely, and knowing, the excruciating the last couple of days for the wife, and Steph and I heard her sobbing. We were talking about, we were trying to determine if it was the female deputy who was standing there or was the wife. It was the wife, and you can only imagine what she's been through. So, yeah, just a beautiful day.
Well, and again, I think as we're watching this, just a reminder how rare of a celebration this is. I know that you guys were mentioning that this isn't something that you have really seen many times in your careers, right? I mean, again, this is something that specifically Sheriff Chitwood wants to do. He wants to make sure that law enforcement is celebrated, and I think that is something that is really unique to Central Florida, and specifically Volusia County. So Deputy Rivera is having this moment really because of Sheriff Chitwood. This is what he wanted today.
I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and we'll have more tonight on Fox 35 News at 5 as we show you some of the behind the scenes, but we appreciate all our crew for sticking with us, and certainly congratulations to Deputy Rivera for being home, and thank you from us.
Amen. And if you want to see any of that replayed, we'll have it for you as well on Fox Local. You can also join Garrett Weimer. He will have continuing coverage throughout the afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Guaranteed, or we'll cover the difference.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. We've just wrapped up about almost an hour and a half of coverage of the return of Deputy Jose Rivera, the welcome home. He was discharged from the hospital a little bit after 11 o'clock, and then we just watched him as that procession left Dewey Boster Park in Deltona. We've got crews along the route waiting for him to drive by, but we are certainly continuing to track that today and wishing his family well. We also have a lot of other news to keep track of this afternoon. We appreciate you joining us. We are going to be standing by for a White House press briefing at 1 o'clock. Homeland Security Secretary Gnome testifying on the Capitol Hill on the Iran strikes and a number of other things with the Department of Homeland Security. So that's happening now on Capitol Hill. We've got a new poll out today looking at the state of the governor's race and the Senate race in Florida. And looking at some of the important issues to voters as well. And it's also the first day of the Flower and Garden Festival at Epcot. So we've got a lot we're going to get into over the next few hours, and we appreciate you sticking around with us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, the fog lifted to reveal a really nice day here in Central Florida, and warm.
Absolutely. It's like the Wizard of Oz, where the curtain parts and you see the true Florida hiding behind that big bad mask of overcast and fog. And that true Florida is the beautiful Florida with sunshine and warm weather. We're going to see temperatures going from around 80 at lunchtime, so a fast warm up to about 83 by mid-afternoon. So as the kids are getting back from school, it'll feel delightful. It'll cool down to the upper 70s for your evening commute coming back home. Our rain chance today running at 10%. So we had a lot of showers yesterday, especially in Orange County by the airport, sort of training over the same areas over and over and over, dumping up to a quarter of an inch of rain. Today, far fewer showers. Most of that threat, and it's a slight threat at that, will be over on the Gulf Coast side over in Tampa Bay, where it'll also be warmer with 86 in Bushnell today, 86 in the Villages, 85 in Ocala. Notice how cool it'll be over on the eastern side of the state, on the Atlantic side, thanks to the cool shelf waters, still in the low to mid 60s. So the onshore flow, the sea breeze, is going to be like natural air conditioning, holding highs in the mid 70s. Still pleasant, but for bike week, it'll be a little cool in the evening, so you'll want to have that extra layer. Big picture, no changes. We've got a really persistent high pressure zone over the eastern part of our region, which is technically the Western Atlantic, west of Bermuda, and that thing's driving in an easterly flow, but it's going to make for really pleasant weather. What you see is what you get. So for the Arnold Palmer Invitational, which starts tomorrow with the tournament, 81 degrees, about a 40% chance for a few passing showers, no severe threats, no big washouts, nothing like we've seen in years past. And the temperatures will be quite pleasant. We've had cold years, we've had humid years, severe years. This one will just be Goldilocks, minus the chance for a few showers, but it's just a chance. Now for bike week at Daytona, you'll notice some differences. It'll be a little cooler thanks to its location on the Atlantic, so the sea breeze will be quite cool compared to Orlando. But still, because it's going to be such a warm air mass, it'll feel great outside with highs in the upper 70s to around 80 degrees, also known as picture perfect. Morning fog giving way to afternoon sun, and there could be a couple of passing showers from time to time. Now, in the big picture, our weather through the rest of March looks to be ruled by warm conditions, and that'll obviously transition us into the springtime as we head into April. We are just about done with any winter threat. So over the next week or two, this will take us through this weekend, we have this big upper level ridge of high pressure, warmer than normal temps by more than 10 degrees. Now there will be a surge of some cooler weather rotating in associated with the storm system by the middle and end of next week across the Midwest and the Southeast. That could produce a couple of rounds of thunderstorms and severe storms at that. Now, where exactly this sets up, does it make it all the way into Florida, remains to be seen. Weather can be quite cyclical though, meaning the same thing happens almost on the same date year after year. And it just so happens to be that we're coming upon the 1-year anniversary of the TV station tornado on March 10th of 2025. That was the one that hit our TV studios here in Lake Mary, Florida at Fox 35. Doing minimal damage, thankfully, but it was an EF2 tornado that flattened a few homes in nearby Longwood, Florida. Will we see a repeat of that? I mean, it's impossible to say, but it's a reminder that we are in severe weather season, so we've got to watch these patterns very carefully for the potential of repeated rounds of thunderstorms. That said, the warm weather will rule the day. It'll fling that cold weather back up into Canada, and that means we'll likely stay above average through the rest of the month. And that means that our freeze threat is now down to nearly 0. That's good news if you want to plant. It's not great news as far as cooling bills go, because you'll have the AC pumping by the end of the week, that's for sure. Normal high 77 will be up to about 85 Friday, 88 by Tuesday of next week. How appropriate that we are springing forward for the start of daylight saving time. We lose that hour of sleep, but we gain an hour in the evening, and it is going to feel a lot like May with these highs in the upper 80s, Garrett.
Yeah, I've been able to get by so far without having to turn the air back on, just letting things go during the day and then cooling it off at night with the windows. But that's not going to last much longer with by the looks of that 7-day forecast.
At some point, the humidity is going to start to tick back into the region and force us, even if we don't want to put the AC on.
Yeah, I think that time is coming very soon. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Give you a live look at downtown Orlando right now. Getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Epcot right now, where the Flower and Garden Festival is getting underway. The first day of that festival that is running to June 1st. Going to bring in Theron White. He's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining us live from Epcot right now. Theron, I don't think you could pick a much better day for the first day of this festival.
It is a perfect day for what I consider the very best festival you can go to at Epcot. We've got a ton of flowers, a ton of food, and it's exciting. And like you said, the weather here is absolutely perfect right now.
So what all's going on? What can people look out for at the Flower and Garden Festival?
If you have never been to the best Epcot festival, here's the things you can look for. There are tons of topiaries all over the park. They're going to be themed to Disney and Pixar characters. There are flowers everywhere. There's these flower blankets. You can go around, you can go and see some of the butterflies and walk through a butterfly exhibit. There's a spot where you can smell special scents, and those are going to be attached to certain topiaries. The kids have 2 playgrounds specifically built for this event. And then there's a ton of food. I've actually got one here in front of me right now. This is the chips and dips. It's not new for this year, but it was here last year, and I loved it, and I'm so glad it came back. So if you like Food and Wine Festival, it's like that because it's still got all the concert and it's still got all the drinks and the food, but then it's got super pretty flowers as well. And I think it's a little bit better time of year. So I don't know. I think it's the best one. I might be a little biased, but it's super pretty here. So I think it's the best Epcot festival you can go to.
Nice. So show us the chips and dip. What are we looking at there? What do you get? What do you have?
Yes, we have got here a couple of different sauces. One of them is pimento. One of them is onion. And I'm blanking on what the third one is, but you've got your little chips here and you can dip right in and get, oh my goodness. You know, I have had this thing planned the entire time and it falls down as soon as I do that. It's because it got jealous of the chips. I think that's what happens. But we've got our dip here. It really is. But again, we've got our chips here. We have got our dip and it's really, really tasty. Sorry, I got a little frazzled there when that fell over. But some of the pimento one here, let me grab some of that. And behind me, we have got some of the amazing flower carpets here that I was kind of talking about. So we're going to try the dip here in a second. I've got my mom here, and it's her first time here on one of our media events, and she's actually getting me the chip here. Thank you so much. So we've got our pimento dip here, and you can go and try a bunch of these different ones. If you've never been to an Epcot festival, one of the best parts of going to these food festivals are you spend about $5 to $10, and you can go and try a bunch of different stuff. We're going to basically go around the countries all day today, and we're going to go and try out some of the snack items, and you can just kind of eat all day. It kind of turns Epcot's World Showcase and even part of the front area here in World Celebration into basically a gigantic all-you-can-eat experience, because you just go around, you grab something else, you grab some more food, you try some more stuff. It's a big win for me. But here we've got some of the pimento cheese. Just as delicious as last year.
I'm jealous. Yeah, that looks so good. So is the festival mom approved so far?
The festival is definitely mom approved, yes. Epcot is always her favorite park. Of all theme parks she's been to around the world, she always loves this one. So the fact that you can go here and get even more food, even more drinks. I might have to get her away from Via Napoli because she's a big, big fan of their Italy pavilion. But we've got a lot of other spots we can try out. And there's a ton of new food items this year as well as a bunch of returning favorites like we just saw with the chips and dip.
Yeah, a lot of other food booths as well. What all is there to offer?
Well, there is kind of everything. So one of the new ones this year that you can actually get is there is a poke bowl, a tuna poke bowl that you can get. That is brand new, but at almost every single spot, there's either going to be a new drink or a new food item. And one of the ones I really love is that you can actually go and grab. If you've never gotten the passports, Disney gives these out here, and it tells you where every single food item is going to be for the entire thing. And in the back, if you go and get certain food items, you actually get another food item for free. So you'll be able to try a bunch of different items and go and see exactly which ones are new. Disney also has it on the My Disney Experience app. So if you go on the My Disney Experience app, you can actually split it down and say what specifically is gluten-free, what's dairy-free, what can I have? So if you have any of those dietary needs, you can go and get that very specifically to everything that you needed there as well.
And you can't forget the concerts as well that are included with admission.
Yes, there is a concert every single night here, and they're big concerts. We've got a bunch of different names. They're going to be either White Hot Teas? I think that's their name, but they're going to have them. And then one of the ones that I love the best is that they have some fairly big names, especially if you love some of the 70s and the 80s bands. They're going to have a flock of seagulls. They're going to be here on May 1st and May 2nd. One of the parts that's really cool about them is if you love the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind ride, they actually sing the song on there, I Ran. So you can go in here to the park and go and ride on the roller coaster and have a blast and then see the actual band that sang that amazing famous song right here in the back of the park in World Showcase. And so I think that's really cool. I mean, if you love these bands, it's included with admission. All of the flower exhibits are included with admission. Going to the playgrounds, going to see the butterflies. So a lot of stuff is included, which is great. Not the food, but the food's delicious. You can go and try out a bunch of that as well.
Yeah, a lot of things to offer there. And we know the corn on the cob is back. Did you have a chance to try that yet today?
That I did. It is a fan favorite every single year. There was probably a 15-minute line for it, which isn't too bad for the first day of the festival, but it was delicious as always. And my mom said it was the best corn on the cob that she has ever had. So I think that is a big thumbs up for her.
All right. We love to hear that. And it does look like there's a pretty good crowd out there today. How is it at the park for the first day of this?
It's busy, but I wouldn't call it crazy busy. I do appreciate a lot when Disney does some of these festival start days when they're in the middle of the week, because not going to be as crazy there. Like when it's on a Friday or a Saturday, they can definitely get pretty busy here. But specifically on this day, it's busy, but it's not too crazy. I mean, Test Track had a 70-minute wait, but stuff like Soaring and other rides, they're right under an hour right now. So you get to enjoy the weather, you get to walk around, and I don't think the park is crazy slam right now. That being said, this upcoming Saturday, you're going to come here on a weekend. Epcot on a weekend during a festival is always going to be pretty busy.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And but plenty of time for folks to enjoy that festival running now through June 1st. Theron, we appreciate you joining us. Hope you had a case on your phone.
Oh, yeah, the phone is totally fine. We're all good to go. You guys just got a special angle there for a second as we're here and enjoying the Festival of the Arts, but I'll leave you with one big, beautiful view of our carpet of flowers here.
All right, Darren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. We appreciate you joining us, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you as well.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now inside the White House press briefing room, where we are waiting for Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, expected to hold a press briefing around 1 o'clock at the White House there, and will no doubt face some questions from reporters about the war in Iran ahead of a Senate vote that could attempt to block the war powers, or at least certainly limit them when it comes to the military conflict and the ongoing strikes that are going on. So that will be coming up around 1 o'clock, and we are staying tuned for that. We will bring that to you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, though, I want to take you to Capitol Hill, where we are seeing Kristi Gnome, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, testifying once again in front of lawmakers on the House side today. Yesterday was the Senate. Let's go ahead and listen in as she is questioned right now from Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon, a Democrat from Pennsylvania. Let's go ahead and listen in.
DHS official identified in a Washington Post article asking that the agency consider decency in its efforts to deport an Afghan refugee who'd been an ally to American troops. Your agency asked Google to conceal its request to unmask him, and then Homeland Security agents showed up at this gentleman's home to interrogate him. These are just two examples, and in neither case was there any evidence of threats or criminal activity. Now, these two American citizens were able to secure lawyers and challenge these illegal demands in court. We've seen that DHS's bad faith requests don't hold up and have been forced to withdraw these demands because they don't withstand legal scrutiny. But not every American who's targeted has the time or the wherewithal to challenge the federal government, and that is the point. These efforts to unmask the administration's opponents are clearly designed to intimidate and silence those who oppose the administration's, and particularly DHS's, lawless policies. So, Secretary Gnome, can you tell us how many of these administrative summons DHS has issued in the past year to technology platforms seeking the identity or personal data of users who've criticized this administration and its actions?
The individuals that work at the Department of Homeland Security, and specifically in investigations, follow all federal laws and constitutional laws. And
I understand
ensure
that you
we
may not
follow the
agree
right
with
process.
this.
Well,
Can you tell us how many subpoenas or administrative
I can find
requests?
out how many of those have been filed, and I will
Okay,
get
will
that
you
back to you.
provide
I do
that
not
to
know
us?
that off the top of my head. What I would say
Can you
is
tell
we
me
do
who it is
appreciate-
that administers that program? Is there anyone who's
I
in
don't know which
charge of
department
it?
or agency you're talking about, because USCIS would do some of this. Homeland Security Investigations does the vast majority of our investigations into financial fraud, into immigration fraud, into fraud when it
Okay, so
regards
it
to
could
what
be
is
a
going on in
number of
Minneapolis.
different agencies
But beyond that,
within
we also have
DHS.
CISA, which is our cybersecurity agency.
You have defended DHS's actions repeatedly as using legal tools. But both the courts and DHS's own Inspector General have advised that DHS is misusing these tools in violation of the law and the Constitution. And that's exactly why no government agency is allowed to spy on Americans simply because they're sharing their opinions online. So I would request that you do provide that information to the committee.
We're not spying on individuals. If any
It's spying on
administration
people
was
when
spying
they're
on people,
exercising
it was
their
the Biden
First Amendment
administration.
rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Secretary Gnome. I understand you have a lot on your plate and have an extraordinarily complex job to protecting the homeland in its entirety. And as I know you understand, my job is to represent my constituents. And I did need to bring up today a few specific ways in which right now my constituents are not being well served by your department, and see if we might be able to find a way forward. So there's a grant from one of the counties that I represent in Plumas County. It's a hazard mitigation grant worth $2.5 million called the Plumas County Ignition Resistant Construction and Dispensable Space Project. It includes home hardening and defensible space in a partnership between Plumas County and the Plumas County Fire Safe Council to mitigate no less than 64 homes in this rural fire-prone region to reduce and/or prevent physical damages to residential properties resulting from wildfires by conducting defensible space measures and residential retrofitting to be more fire-resistant. I should note this is a county that has already been struck by one of the worst wildfires in state history. So this has been through all of the approvals, through Cal OES, through FEMA, and since June of last year, it's just been waiting for your signature, which I understand is a new requirement that anything over $100,000 needs the Secretary's approval. So our office reached out in December of last year because there was a time issue with December 31st being the date that matching state funds were going to expire. We didn't hear back, and that deadline passed. Luckily, we got an extension from the state. So then in January, after the extension was given until February 1st, our office requested a meeting between me and you. There was not a meeting granted. Luckily, the extension of the state funds was extended until March. So in February, the grant remained unsigned. Our office has heard nothing. We've gotten no updates from the Department of Homeland Security. We've been in constant contact every week. So do you have any idea why it is we can't get movement on this?
I don't, sir, and I'll find out for you, but I will tell you that it is not with my office. If this is a grant that has been held up, it's been held up at FEMA, and I will get to the bottom of it. What I also would say is that I do not have a requirement that I sign off on grants of $100,000. I do have a requirement on reviewing contracts because I found incredible fraud and inefficiencies and theft from American taxpayers in government contracting. But grants I do not. And that fund specifically would have came out of FEMA, and I will find out and get that answer for you.
I appreciate that. Would it be possible to set up a call within the next couple weeks if we haven't had any movement?
We can figure it out here within a half hour of this committee being over.
Perfect. Because this is, I agree with you. It's very important to be vigilant with these funds, but wildfires cost a lot of money when they happen.
I understand. And we've had 60 disaster declarations since President Trump's been in office, 41 of them major disasters. FEMA is dispersing funds on grants and relief and public assistance and individual assistance twice as fast than it ever has in its history. So overwhelmingly,
I appreciate that. I can't speak to other projects, and if that's true, that's great. But There's that project in my district. There's also a project with the Placer County Water Agency. They've been waiting since August of 2024 for a budget modification on a project that's necessary to keep water flowing from the pumps there during public safety power shutoffs associated with wildfires. We've been waiting to hear since August of 2024. Is that something you might be able to look into for us as well?
I'll look into, and the one thing that I think is good for everyone to be aware is that in order for FEMA to disperse funds at times, there has to be invoices turned in, costs proven out in order for that matching dollar and that grant to be awarded. There we have found incredible fraud in some of these grants that were run by the Biden administration, where they were diverted to DEI projects or to projects that had nothing to do with why that grant was created, and we're getting it back on mission. I'll look at those two, and I will ensure that we look at them and make the right decision as to getting those paid out if they are due and if they fit the program and if they aren't fraudulent.
I appreciate that, and they're not. I can assure you. And we got one more, which is in El Dorado County. This is a $25 million project. Funding has been approved. There's matching state funds. Covers 525 homes for high wildfire risk. They've been waiting on the NEPA approval since January of 2025. Another very important project for fire mitigation in my area. So I just wanted to bring these to your attention. I've been very critical of Governor Newsom and the state leaders in California for not taking the issue of fire mitigation seriously and not doing what they should. So I do feel like I need to advocate with equal force for making sure that we're doing everything we can at the federal level to keep our citizens safe. And I appreciate it.
I think what happened there was tragic and a failure of local leaders to protect people and to help them. We will do all that we can, and President Trump is committed to. But yes, the failure by Governor Newsom and also by Mayor Bass was incredible.
I agree with you there 100%. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert the record an article from the Hill Country Community Journal, Kerrville's hometown paper, outlining, and is titled, Kristi Gnome Joins Governor in Support of Kerr Community, Tours Areas of Destruction from last summer. I was personally there. Secondly, I'd like to insert into the record an article titled, Trump Recounts Daring Texas Flood Rescue Reunites Camper with Coast Guard Swimmer at State of the Union, for the record. And I thank the Secretary.
Without objection. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here. I want to discuss in greater detail the expansion of advertising in your department under your tenure. And I believe you testified regarding some of these matters yesterday in front of the United States Senate. In particular, I want to discuss the department's $220 million ad campaign. This is the ad campaign that featured you at Mount Rushmore. You're familiar with this ad campaign, correct?
I am familiar with it. It was an ad campaign that was
I'm going to ask you some questions about it, Madam Secretary. So, as I understand it, this is a $220 million ad campaign. It's split between two contractors. One of those contractors got $143 million. That contractor is called Safe America Media, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That company is affiliated with a former political director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Now, yesterday you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no-bid contract where two vendors were
It was a no-bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a no-bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct. So it was not a competitive. Let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding, and one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received $143 million.
Many vendors got the chance to look at that contract and to participate in it.
Well,
so that is why the two of them were
that's
chosen.
Inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States, you identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll
Because
tell you
was
about
done
it.
according to
Madam
law.
Secretary,
It was done by
the
career
address is
officials.
registered to a political
It was
operative.
dollars that
Madam,
were spent
Madam Secretary, the
to
company,
inform
and then I'll
people
give you
that
an
the
opportunity to
laws-
respond.
Look.
The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
Yes,
that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered, apparently, or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws, that I believe
All
merit...
followed. All done correctly.
Was
All
it
done
all done
legally.
correctly?
14 billion impressions from that marketing campaign.
sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8 different countries that illegal migration was coming from.
Madam Secretary,
overwhelmingly effective.
We all
$49
understand the
billion.
argument that you've made. The argument that you've made that somehow this ad campaign on Fox News of you at Mount Rushmore has led to millions of people self-deporting. You're using
why do you think
millions
that
of
they did
dollars of
self-deport?
taxpayer
Had they not known?
money in this way. It is fraud, and ultimately, I think there's going to be accountability. And I yield back, though.
Can I speak to the IG?
Yes, you can. Quick.
The IG has been told repeatedly, in writing, verbally, on the phone, that he can have access to anything at the Department of Homeland Security. He can. He doesn't need my permission to come and brief members of Congress on the Hill. He just needs to provide a scoping memo, which is what every single IG gets from every single department and agency. All intelligence agencies require a scoping memo. He just hasn't done that. He wants unfettered access to every single thing in the department, and that's not the process, and that's not any other IG has demanded that.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Secretary Gnome. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to take just a moment to talk about the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency at DHS. As I understand it, the mission of CISA is to lead the national effort to understand, manage, and reduce risk to our cyber and physical infrastructure. And CISA works to protect energy grids, pipelines, hospitals, financial networks, water systems, and all of the other sectors of critical infrastructure in the U.S. Is it a correct characterization that CISA itself plays a critical role in monitoring threats against the cyber and physical infrastructure of our country and working to prevent such attacks against our homeland?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, CISA has had billions of interactions stopping threats online from attacking not just our country for a national security reason, but also our critical infrastructure, our electrical grids, our telecoms, our water systems. We work with state and local offices and agents and governments every single day to help them secure their systems as well, recognizing they feed into the protection of the federal government as well.
Isn't it also true that if a hostile nation or proxy launched a coordinated cyber attack against our domestic critical infrastructure systems, that CISA would play a lead role in coordinating the federal response to that attack?
That is correct. CISA is charged with identifying vulnerabilities that we have in our systems, and then also recommending mitigation measures that people can take to harden their system. So we hunt down the bad actors and then harden systems to prevent those cyber attacks.
And particularly right now, given the ongoing tensions in the Middle East, do you expect that Iran and its cyber proxies may actually attempt retaliatory cyber actions against the United States and its infrastructure?
Yes, and they do. They do on a regular basis.
With that backdrop in mind, is part of CISA's workforce furloughed right now?
Yes, they are. About 2/3 of that agency is not in the office because the Democrat Party has chosen not to fund the Department of Homeland Security.
So there are components of the Department of Homeland Security and CISA specifically, as we've been discussing, that are dedicated to protecting the critical infrastructure of our country. A substantial portion of those staff right now are furloughed because Democrats have refused to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Is that right?
That is correct.
Secretary Gnome, does CISA also have a role in protecting our nation's elections infrastructure?
Yes, the agency and the department is charged with protecting critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed critical infrastructure under the statute and law.
You touched on something a moment ago that is also particularly important as it relates to elections, and that is CISA's work to partner with state and local officials to make sure that everyone understands the threat landscape, preventive strategies, threat mitigation. Share with us a little bit more about CISA's work, particularly with state and local election officials, to make sure that our elections are secure.
Well, CISA works with other intelligence agencies to identify where there may be vulnerabilities in the election system, what kind of technology or components are easily susceptible to hacking, and then reporting that to states who are charged with running elections, and letting them know where those vulnerabilities are. We can give them mitigation measures that can be taken to help protect those systems, and what else they could do as far as recommendations on after elections doing auditing as well, to ensure that if machines are used or if they are hooked online or had access to individuals who could be involved in hacking or corruption, that they have the ability to audit their election afterwards to ensure that it was accurate and that American citizens had their ballots counted.
Are these efforts by CISA also being negatively affected due to the shutdown of funding to your department at this time?
Yes, everything at the department is being affected right now. We have over 100,000 employees who are furloughed. We've got even law enforcement officers, security officers. TSA is not funded. Those individuals are showing up every day and working without any pay to keep our national security at the front and center for people that are traveling by planes across this country, and they continue to do that. And it is incredibly impactful on our administrative processes, on our contracting offices, on our ability to work across departments to share information. My hope is that today you are all successful in passing a funding bill for this department so that we have all of our players on the field to defend the country.
And in your opinion, Secretary Gnome, does the Democrats' failure thus far to agree to fund the Department of Homeland Security result in a risk to our national security?
Well, we are doing everything that we can to defend the country and to protect the country. We'll continue to do that. They are making our job very difficult to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The unanimous consent from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I'd seek unanimous consent to introduce an article from the Washington Post dated.
Heard from Congresswoman Laurel Lee, Republican from Florida, asking some questions of Kristi Gnome in this Department of Homeland Security oversight hearing with the House Judiciary Committee. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, including a news conference, virtual news conference about a bill in Tallahassee right on the other side of this break.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now at the White House press briefing room, where any minute now we're expecting Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt to walk to the podium and give a briefing. She, as she often does, gives an update from the president first off, and then we'll take questions. And we certainly expect a lot of questions about Iran, Operation Epic Fury, and the looming Senate vote that could put some limits on the president's war powers. So we are standing by for that. I also want to let you know that we are awaiting the start of a virtual news conference from a number of local officials from around the state of Florida who are expressing their concerns about a bill that is going to be discussed just a little bit later today, or excuse me, actually has already been discussed on the Senate floor earlier today, and that's SB 1134. That's a bill that would ban local governments across the state from spending on anything related to DEI, so diversity, equity, and inclusion. That bill was read for a second time today. There was an amendment that was adopted, but could still end up moving forward in the state Senate in Tallahassee. And again, this is a bill that we've listened to some of the debate on during committee meetings in Tallahassee, but today we're getting a little bit of a different perspective, because we are hearing from or expecting to join this news conference the mayor of Fort Lauderdale, the mayor of St. Petersburg, a commissioner from Tallahassee, commissioner from Fernandina Beach, and another city commissioner from Miami Beach. So expecting to hear things from the local government level rather than the state level about how this could impact them. They say that they would expect potentially devastating economic consequences if that bill becomes law, because of some of the events that they might lose out on and that kind of thing. So we are interested in hearing the perspective of some of these local elected officials from all across the state of Florida, and see what they have to say about this, because it is something that they are taking a stand against, and it certainly still has the chance to move forward. We are expecting that news conference to begin any minute now. It is a virtual news conference, so not the best kind of layout for our purposes, but we will deal with that. Meanwhile, while we are waiting on this, let me just give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill, where the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Gnome continues to face questions in this DHS oversight hearing. This is something that we saw yesterday in front of the Senate. Senate committee doing their oversight, and this is the House Judiciary Committee today that is conducting an oversight hearing, and the Secretary has faced a number of pointed questions, especially from Democrats. This is Congresswoman Lucy McBath, a Democrat from Georgia, who is asking questions of the Secretary right now. As we are waiting on that other news conference to begin any minute now, we will go ahead and listen in for a couple of minutes here at some of this questioning.
It possibly takes.
I do want you to
Rodney
know, Mr.
is
Chairman,
not the
if I may
worst
say,
of the worst. I reclaim my time. Rodney's not the worst of the worst. This is truly a miscarriage of justice, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Secretary Gnome, I want to go a little bit different route here on some issues that are very important to Wyoming. There's a very important enforcement issue related to my constituents in Wyoming. Sugar beet farmers are important for Wyoming's economy and the economies of so many other states. Unfortunately, foreign entities are circumventing our laws to bring in sugar and displace these hardworking farmers. I know that there is a Section 1516 petition in front of the CBP right now challenging these imports.
Continuing to listen into this, but I do want to go ahead and get us to this news conference. This is the mayor of Fort Lauderdale who is speaking right now and speaking out against this SB 1134. There's another companion bill in the House about it that would effectively ban local governments in Florida from spending on DEI-related things, and a number of local officials concerned about that. So let's go ahead and listen in to this news conference.
About our urgent opposition to these bills and why it's essential that the legislature pause or amend them. SB 1134 will be heard today on the floor of the Florida Senate and tomorrow in the House We need lawmakers to act now to narrow or completely eliminate these bills. As drafted, HB 1001 and SB 1134 ban and defund a wide swath of local government action related to minority communities. This includes programs supporting women and minority-owned business programs, many cultural festivals and nonprofits, and even support for pride festivals. This bill's target and ban, quote, any official action, unquote, by a local government, directly or indirectly, including but not limited to ordinances, resolutions, rules, regulations, programs, or policies related to diversity, equity, or inclusion. For the bill's sponsors, this means any, quote, training, programming, or activities, unquote, that reference historically protected classes like race, color, sex, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The bill's penalties include a broad cause of action, allowing any resident to sue a local government for perceived violations of the law, and also allow for duly elected city and county commissioners to be removed from office for alleged violations. This is a penalty typically reserved for the worst kinds of public corruption. But beyond the legal and governance concerns, we must also talk about the very real economic consequences these bills could have on communities like our own. Fort Lauderdale is a global destination. Our economy depends on tourism, hospitality, small business growth, and the creative energy that comes from welcoming people of every background. When the state sends a message that diversity itself is something to be regulated or restricted, that message travels far beyond Tallahassee. It travels to convention planners, international visitors, major employers, and the entrepreneurs deciding where to invest. And the truth is, perception matters in today's economy. Greater Fort Lauderdale is proud to be one of the most welcoming destinations in the country for the LGBTQ+ residents and visitors. Our region has one of the highest concentrations of same-sex households in the United States. And each year we welcome more than 1.3 million LGBTQ+ visitors in our community. Those visitors support our hotels, our restaurants, shops, and small businesses. They attend our festivals, our arts events, and our conventions. They help sustain thousands of local jobs and contribute to the billions of dollars in economic activity throughout South Florida. Legislation like HB 1001 and SB 1134 risks sending the message that some people are less welcome than others. And when the perception spreads, the economic consequences follows. But it's not just about tourism. The language in these bills could place a wide range of community programs and cultural events at risk, from heritage celebrations to community festivals and educational initiatives that recognize the contributions of our global communities. These are not fringe programs. They are the very things that bring people together. Events celebrating the Caribbean heritage, Hispanic culture, Black history, women's leadership, Pride Month. In fact, in 2 weeks, we're going to be commemorating St. Patrick's Day. That parade would be a goner, and so would so many others that enrich our region and drive economic activity. They fill our hotels, they sustain our restaurants, as well as patronize our small businesses. When you undermine the ability of cities to support these events, you're not just changing policy, you are weakening local economies. Florida and America's success have always come from our openness, our willingness to welcome people from around the world. That is the Florida brand, and that is what Fort Lauderdale stands for. So today we are urging the legislature to slow down, listen to the voices of local communities, and recognize the unintended consequences these bills may create, not only for our residents, but for the economic engines that power cities across America. Up next, we'll hear from Fernandina Beach Commissioner Janice Minshew, followed by Tallahassee Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Then we'll hear from Leon County Commissioner David O'Keefe, and finally from St. Petersburg Mayor Ken Welch. So now I'll pass the microphone over to Fernandina Beach Commissioner Janice Minshew. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. My name is Janice Minshew. I'm a city commissioner in Fernandina Beach. which is the district of the sponsors of House Bill 1101 and SB 1134. I want to focus today specifically on two elements of these bills that raise serious concerns for local officials: the ambiguity of key provisions and the enforcement mechanisms of removal from office and expanded citizen lawsuits. Policy debates are absolutely appropriate, but when legislation introduces unclear standards and then attaches severe penalties to those standards, it creates instability in local governance. One of the central concerns of these bills is ambiguity. The bills use broad terminology related to diversity, equity, and similar concepts, but the boundaries of what is prohibited are not clearly defined. You know, as a local commissioner, I adopt resolutions, proclamations, strategic plans, and community initiatives every year, every meeting. We fund events, we waive fees regularly, and this bill will cause us to have to reconsider how we establish policy going forward while faced with significant preemption of our local autonomy. Removal from office is one of the most serious sanctions that can be imposed on any elected official. And traditionally, removal has been tied to corruption, criminal conduct, or clear ethical violations. These bills would expand that concept into areas where by interpretation, not misconduct, may be an issue. This is a profound shift, and it changes the standard from intentional wrongdoing to potential policy misjudgment, and this is just really unacceptable. The second major concern I have is about a citizen's right to sue. Expanding private causes of action based on ambiguous statutory standards invites litigation, not to correct clear violations, but to test the boundaries. When the lines are unclear, lawsuits become a method of defining them. This process can take years and cost significant public resources. For us cities, litigation is not an abstract idea. Even unsuccessful lawsuits require legal defense. Taxpayer dollars fund that defense, and in a small city like mine, even a major lawsuit can have a huge budgetary impact. Beyond cost, there is the governance impact. If any action that references broadly defined concepts can trigger a lawsuit, then local officials would avoid to adopt adoptions out of concern. Public meetings become more guarded, advisory discussions become constrained, and the chilling effect is real when the consequences include both removal and litigation. If the legislature intends to prohibit specific practices, then those practices should be clearly and narrowly defined. If there are actions that are plainly impermissible, they should be described with precision. Clear lines protect everybody, the public, the courts, and local officials. But when definitions are broad and penalties are this severe, the result is uncertainty and conflict. Instead of resolving policy disagreements in commission chambers or at the ballot box, disputes shift into courtrooms. Instead of voters holding officials accountable for clear misconduct, removal may hinge on just statutory interpretation. As an elected official serving within the sponsor's district, I urge reconsideration of the ambiguity and the enforcement structure in House Bill 1101 and Senate Bill 1134. At a minimum, clearer definitions and more proportionate remedies should be considered. Local government functions best when the rules are clear, the penalties are fair, and accountability flows from the voters that we serve, not from preemption by the state. So thank you again very much for your time, and we'll go on to the next speaker.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Now I would like to invite Tallahassee Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox to speak to us.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Unfortunately, we're having to spend time dealing with this issue when we should be doing our jobs in local government. But here we are. The House Bill 1001 by Rep. Black that moved through committees last week is deeply concerning from our perspective at the local level. There is broad bipartisan concern about the practical implications of this legislation, particularly how it could affect routine community events, advisory committees, and other everyday civic programming that cities host to bring our neighbors together. Let me be clear. If this legislation were narrowly tailored to employment-related DEI practices, while still a significant preemption of local authority, it would at least be understandable in scope. Cities could evaluate it, adjust policies as needed, and move forward.
Been listening into that news conference, local leaders speaking about the anti-DEI spending bill. I want to get you live now to the White House, where Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt just walked up and is getting ready to begin a briefing. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America and fund other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage in Tehran. They slaughtered 241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. They killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. And this is just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat. Some, like Barack Hussein Obama, even sent pallets of cash that ultimately financed this terrorist crusade against the United States and our people, while signing stupid and naive deals that put Iran on the path of developing nuclear bombs. After years of endless appeasement and empty statements from politicians on both sides of the political aisle in this town, President Trump is finally the man of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment where the specter of a nuclear armed Iran ended. At the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, launched last weekend, President Trump laid out clear objectives to the American people on what the U.S. military seeks to accomplish through these major combat operations. Number one, destroy the regime's deadly ballistic missiles and completely raze their missile industry to the ground. Number two, annihilate the Iranian regime's navy. And so far, we have destroyed more than 20 Iranian ships, including their top submarine last night, using a torpedo for the first time since World War II. There is not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman. Number three, Operation Epic Fury will ensure the regime's terrorist proxies in the region can no longer destabilize the region or the free world and attack our armed forces. And thus far, Iran's proxies are hardly putting up a fight. Number four, this mission will guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. It's safe to say that thus far, Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding success. American forces have struck more than 2,000 targets, destroying hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. As the Department of War said this morning, we expect to have complete and total dominance over Iranian airspace in the coming hours, clearing the skies for our brave warriors to continue achieving these noble and long sought-after objectives. There's been a lot of misreporting and intellectual dishonesty from the American media on why President Trump decided to launch this operation. So let me remind you, Operation Midnight Hammer, which took place last June, obliterated Iran's 3 major nuclear sites. Yet the terrorist Iranian regime has remained fully committed to rebuilding its nuclear program. How do we know this? Because Iran has pursued this path of war and violence despite President Trump dispatching 2 of his top and most trusted negotiators to engage in exhaustive and good faith negotiations to try and reach a deal. And the world knows this president's preference is always peace and diplomacy first. Look no further than the 8 additional global conflicts he has ended in the past year as proof. Unfortunately, the terrorist Iranian regime refused to negotiate in good faith. They chose this path of violence and destruction, and they are reaping the consequences of their horrible decision. The regime did what they always have done. They lied, they delayed, they tried to string the United States of America along. They wanted to buy themselves time to continue building ballistic missiles and other deadly weaponry that could harm our U.S. personnel and troops in the region, and to continue aggressively pursuing their unacceptable nuclear ambitions. U.S. negotiators offered to lift crippling sanctions on Iran and even provide nuclear fuel to Iran at no cost to support a civil nuclear power program. They additionally had the opportunity to accept U.S. support as an investor in potential projects to develop peaceful nuclear energy together under a mutually agreed upon framework. Yet in response, Iran would have to forfeit their enrichment capacity once and for all. But Iran rejected. They accepted none of these generous and unprecedented offers by the United States. Simply put, they refused to say yes to peace. And their refusal made clear that their #1 priority was building a nuclear weapon with which to threaten the United States of America. Again, the country they have been chanting death to for nearly 5 decades. Let me state this again clearly. Iran rejected the path of peace because the terrorists in charge of this regime wanted to build nuclear weapons to use against Americans and our allies. President Trump made the determination, a courageous determination and decision, that the path the United States was on with Iran had only one outcome: massive death and destruction at the hands of a nuclear-armed terroristic regime. That path of death and destruction and threats against the American people have ended with Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury has forged a new path that will better ensure the security of the United States and our people. The terrorists made a bet that President Trump would be like many of his predecessors, that he would just talk and he would refuse to enforce his clear red lines. But that has proven to be a catastrophic error in judgment. When President Trump makes a threat, and I have reiterated that threat many times from this podium to all of you over the past year, President Trump does not bluff. The president's words are backed up by the mightiest warriors in the world who possess the most sophisticated capabilities this world has ever known. 49 and counting of the most senior Iranian regime leaders, including the supreme leader, have already been wiped off the face of the earth. Make no mistake, killing these brutal terrorists is good for America and makes the world a much safer place. I want to also extend our prayers and condolences to the families of the 6 U.S. military service members who have been lost in Operation Epic Fury. These heroes represent the very best among us. They laid down their lives in defense of our country, and we will never forget their legacy or their sacrifice. As the president said, we grieve for these American patriots and their families as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. President Trump intends to attend the dignified transfer of these American heroes to stand in grief alongside their families. I understand the Department of War is working on scheduling this transfer, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. Finally, the Trump administration is also doing everything within our power to protect Americans in harm's way. Since the launch of Operation Epic Fury, more than 17,500 Americans have safely returned home from the Middle East, with over 8,500 American citizens returning home to the United States just yesterday alone. If you are a U.S. citizen in the Middle East looking to return to the United States, the Secretary of State asks that you please register with the State Department at step.state.gov. The State Department will identify where you are and provide travel options directly to you. The administration is already rapidly chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect to become increasingly available as time goes on and the success of this mission further comes to fruition. I know the President and Secretary of State Rubio have been in touch as well with our allies in the region directly about this problem, making it clear that it is a priority of the United States of America to bring every American home. The Trump administration will not rest until every American is home safely and until the terrorist threat from Iran has been completely destroyed. With that, I'll take your questions. Eric, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Caroline, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here. As you mentioned, Iran's regime, its leadership has largely been decimated. Do we have a sense right now of who is actually calling the shots in Iran, and we're also hearing reports that the Supreme Leader's son may be named his successor. Do you have any more information about that? I just had a quick follow-up as well.
Sure. We've seen those reports as well, of course, and this is something that our intelligence agencies are closely monitoring and looking at. The truth is, we'll have to wait and see. The president has said repeatedly that the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are the 4 military objectives that I laid out for you previously: to destroy Iran's navy, to destroy their ballistic missile capacity, to ensure their proxies in the region can no longer harm Americans, and to also ensure that they can never obtain a nuclear weapon. As for what comes next for Iran, the president has said, of course, it's a good thing for the United States to want freedom for the Iranian people, and ultimately we hope that freedom rests in their hands.
Caroline, we see the Arab and Muslim nations coming under fire as well. President Trump's vision for the region has been to bring the Arab and Muslim nations to the table together, Abraham Accords, obviously, with Israel. If this regime topples, could we see a new day in the region and really a new Middle East come out of this when the dust settles?
Well, the greatest deterrent to true and long-lasting peace in the Middle East has always been the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. And our Arab and Gulf partners in the nation admit that, as well as, of course, our close friend and ally Israel. We have seen all of the Arab partners in the region come together during this time on the phone with President Trump, many of them commending him for this bold and brave action to protect American troops and our bases in the region that are housed in many of these Arab and Gulf states. And I know that many of these regional partners are contributing their air defense capabilities as well: Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and the president continues to be engaged with all of them. Welcome. Garrett.
Also have two, if you'll humor me. Axios, I think, was the first to report this morning this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and that he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline, but I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike the United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced with a choice. Does the United States of America use our military and our capabilities to strike first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country and our people for 47 years, or is he going to, as commander-in-chief, sit back and watch as the rogue Iranian regime attacks our people in the region? That's obviously an unacceptable decision. For the second choice there is unacceptable to the president, which is why he made this decision. As for where the Ayatollah was going to be, that obviously had an impact on the timeline of the operation, but not quite the president's decision in its entirety.
And then on the way the public is viewing this, we were sitting here last week. I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if he felt like he had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
I think he does, and I think the president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room that this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. And the American people are smart enough to know that. And they've also been smart enough to listen to the president himself, not just over the past year in this second term, but during his first term as president, and also for the past 40 years of his life. This is a president who has been remarkably consistent on this issue, that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And the president tried peace through diplomacy, exhaustively and extensively. He and his team gave it their best go, and the president ultimately came to the determination of that peace was not a pursuable path. The Iranian regime, they want death, they want destruction, they want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Obviously seen the update from the State Department on the 17,500 Americans that have already come back, including some 8,000 just yesterday. There are still 6,000 that are looking to get out, as I understand it. And just in the context of what you just told Garrett about the president's decision on a timeline, if he had decided to do this strike before receiving, the specific intelligence about the meeting on Saturday, should there have been more done in advance of the strikes to try to get those Americans in the region resources and information to get home before day 3 of the war?
There was many signs put out by the State Department, and I wish that everyone in this room would report on them. The Secretary of State issued level 4 travel advisories dating back to January for many of these countries in the region. On January 14th, the U.S. mission to Saudi Arabia advised personnel and Americans to exercise increased caution and limit non-essential travel to any military installations. On February 11th, the U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs shared a list of countries with level 4 do not travel advisories. You can't be much more clear than that. Do not travel to these following countries. On February 23rd, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon ordered non-emergency government personnel and family members to leave Lebanon due to safety risks, and we helped them do that. On March 2nd, the State Department urged U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon immediately. With respect to Iran, on February 27th, the Secretary designated Iran as a state of sponsor of wrongful detention and stated no American should travel to Iran for any reason. And again, on February 27th, the U.S. ambassador to Israel warned Americans to leave Iran, and they provided travel advisory alerts through the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. So the State Department was all hands on deck on advising extreme caution and do not travel alerts to Americans in the region. With respect to the Americans who are still in the region now, again, the State Department is asking that they register at the website so they can directly identify you, and we are actively and rapidly working to charter flights. There is some commercial flights that are taking off intermittently from these countries, and we plan to get Americans on board as quickly as possible, again, free of charge to them. And we have some additional measures that I think will be announced in the coming days. Again, I can also reiterate from the President's perspective, this is something he's brought up directly with our allies and partners in the region, that we expect their help in getting Americans home, and we will do that, and we will not rest until every single American is returned home safely.
Thank you. And then one follow-up just on how people might be experiencing this at home. With respect to the economy and the cost of oil spiking, is there a need to start those Navy escorts in the Strait of Hormuz now to sort of blunt the impact to people? And also, because Spain is a member of the EU, does that at all put a wrinkle in the President's plan for a trade embargo with them?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the President's message yesterday loud and clear, and it's my understanding over the past several hours they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military, and so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain, but the President expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought-after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy here at home, of course, this is something that Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, the National Economic Council of Energy, that is led by Secretary Burgum, has been long working on and well in advance. Yesterday, President Trump announced the U.S. Development Finance Corporation will provide political risk insurance at a very reasonable price for crude carriers and cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf. And as you pointed out, Jackie, the President said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so necessary, that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the President's actions with respect to Iran, because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20% of the world's global oil supply. Sure.
Thanks, Karoline. The President said yesterday there wasn't time to make evacuation plans because this all happened so quickly. Given how critical the President has been of the chaotic evacuation from Afghanistan by the last administration 5 years ago, why wasn't there more of a focus on evacuation plans from the Middle East that could have been at least put in place, ready to go before the strikes this weekend?
Again, I just laid out for you that there have been plans in place and that the State Department has been very clear to the American people traveling within this region not to travel to these regions. We gave notices to leave immediately the countries where these Americans were within. And unlike the previous administration, we actually have a number. We actually have identified the number of people in the region who have requested help. We are in direct contact and engagement engagement with them. And you have to keep in mind, there's a few thousand people who have requested assistance to come home in comparison to the millions who we understand are in the region. So we will help every single American who wants to come home if they're making that request of the State Department.
But Americans who called the State Department hotline as recently as last night were being told, we can't help you, you have to make your own plans.
Well, the line was updated, and I expect every single person in this room to report on that accurately so that information can be relayed appropriately to your audiences and to the American people. I think as journalists, you all have a responsibility to let them know that the line has been updated accordingly with the proper guidance, because I saw many people in this room very quick to do selfie videos with the line yesterday, but not so quick to report on the corrected message today. So that is something the administration quickly worked to address, and we have fixed that problem. However, we're also pointing to people to the website, again, to register so that we know exactly where you are. So when there are commercial flights moving into that area, when there are chartered flights moving into that area, we can get Americans on planes as quickly as possible.
Do you have any details on how many charter flights have been able to get out of the region so far with Americans on board?
I don't have an exact count for you, but I know that we're working on chartering many flights. As soon as we were doing it yesterday, we're doing it again today. And you should not expect us to detail exactly when these flights are taking off for obvious reasons. The Iranians have shown that they are not going to hesitate to target civilians in the region, which is completely intolerable. But for safety and security reasons, we're not going to be broadcasting when flights full of Americans are going to be taking off, obviously. Danny.
At the top there, you said that the Iranian regime is being absolutely crushed. Can you explicitly say then whether or not regime change is a goal of President Trump's operation?
The goals of this operation have been made very clear, Danny, and the president has said them in his speech when he launched this operation and released that video in the middle of the night to all of you and to the world. The stated military objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: eliminate Iran's ballistic missile threat, destroy their naval capability, disrupt missile and drone production infrastructure, sever their pathway, and end their pathway to nuclear weapons. And I can report, as you all saw from the Pentagon today, that thus far this operation has been remarkably successful. Again, we're moving towards complete and total control of Iranian airspace. We have continuous 24/7 strike operations ongoing. We've had more than 2,000 targets that have been struck. Nearly 2,000 munitions have been employed. The first 24 hours of this campaign were described nearly as twice the scale of the 2003 shock and awe campaign. And we've seen that the enemy, the Iranian rogue regime, their retaliatory strikes against the United States and the threat reduction has reduced significantly. If you look at the Iranian ballistic missile launches, they're down 86% from day one levels. So while the United States military continues to increase its complete dominance over this rogue regime, they are weakening day by day.
Regime change is not a phrase that you would want to use.
Again, Operation Epic Fury, I just detailed the goals and objectives of this very quickly. But obviously, as the president has said numerous times, do we want to see Iran being led by a rogue terrorist regime? No, of course not. So any day the United States of America is taking out a terrorist is a good day for our country and a good day for our people.
Given that point that you just make about the United States wouldn't mind seeing the government overthrown, certainly President Trump has talked about wanting to see Iranians overthrow the government. Has the president considered at all kind of how he views a U.S. role, if any, in Iran post-conflict?
I think it's something the president is actively considering and discussing with his advisors and his national security team. But again, right now, the focus, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, is on ensuring the quick and effective success of Operation Epic Fury. Sure. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile.
I don't even know who's speaking because I wasn't looking at you. But you can ask a question and then I'll go to you.
Caroline, I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile. President Trump posted on Truth Social on Monday that the U.S. still has a good supply of weapons, but that we're not where we need to be. What does he mean by that? And does President Trump then want to ask on Congress to pass a supplemental to increase funding for missile interceptor systems like the ones being used to defend U.S. bases in the Middle East from Iranian missiles?
I don't have any updates for you on congressional asks from the president. As you know, under this president, we have significantly increased our defense budget, which is a good thing for the United States, for our national security, and for protecting our homeland. With respect to munitions, ammunition, weapon stockpiles, the United States of America has more than enough capability to not only successfully execute Operation Epic Fury, but to go much further. And we have weapon stockpiles in places that many people in this world don't even know about. However, the president in that post was pointing out that, unfortunately, we had a very stupid and incompetent leader in this White House for 4 years who gave away many of our best weapons for nothing, for free, to another country very far away by the name of Ukraine. So the president was pointing out how that was an unwise decision, but nevertheless, don't doubt the strength and the might of the American military. And I will also add, President Trump has rightfully been calling on defense contractors in this country to rapidly and aggressively produce American-made weapons, because they are the best in the world, and the president always likes to get things done as quickly as possible, and so he's been quite vocal in his efforts to try to speed up our defense industry to protect our homeland.
Karoline, can you do some...
Go ahead.
Karoline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops and whether they could be used? If they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation of that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the president that is on the table. Sean.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda. So I would caution you from pointing the finger at the United States of America when it comes to targeting civilians, because that's not something that these armed forces do. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Prior to the Iran conflict, the SAVE Act was really the focus of the news cycle. Is the SAVE Act still a priority for the administration?
Absolutely.
Could you just provide an update on the administration's talks with Congress to get the SAVE Act through?
SAVE Act is absolutely still a priority for this president and the administration. The focus, of course, of much of the president's time right now is on ensuring the success of Operation Epic Fury, but the president can walk and chew gum at the same time, and he's very much continuing to focus on the issues that matter here at home for the American people, including the passage of the SAVE Act, including on bringing down the cost of living, which is why you'll see the president in about an hour and a half at the Ratepayer Protection Pledge Roundtable, where he will be sitting with big tech companies, with AI companies who are building in communities across the country and have pledged to pick up the cost of the electricity tab in these small towns and communities across the country, which is a great thing for American consumers. So you'll be hearing from the president directly on this very important domestic agenda item later this afternoon, and it's something that he mentioned in his State of the Union address. So check it off the list as another promise made and kept by this president. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I just wanted to get back to Danny's question. So those 4 objectives that you read out do not explicitly include regime change. If those objectives were achieved and the Islamic Republic still existed, would that be an acceptable outcome?
It's a hypothetical question that I'm not going to engage in. Again, right now, the president and the commander-in-chief are focused on executing the success of Operation Epic Fury, which we are already doing so in a very tremendous and impressionable way. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. The Trump administration reportedly is considering arming Kurdish forces in the hopes of inspiring a popular uprising in Iran. Could you comment on that report?
I can comment on the fact that the president has held many calls with partners, allies, and leaders in the region, in the Middle East. He did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern Iraq. But as for any report suggesting that the president has agreed to any such plan is completely false and should not be written.
President Trump was saying yesterday that he is okay with someone from within taking over in Iran, He spoke about how Venezuela he saw as a successful model where Delcy Rodriguez took over and had a better relationship. Iran's President Pezeshkian, he took office in 2024 as a relative reformer. He's part of a three-man council now replacing the Supreme Leader. Does President Trump see him as a potential successor who is more pliable?
Again, that's another hypothetical, and I haven't spoken to the president about this specific individual, so I don't want to get ahead of him on any assessments that should be made.
Caroline. Thank you. Yesterday, the president acknowledged that oil prices will be a bit high. As for gas prices here in the U.S., what is the admin doing right now to counter that? I mean, should they skyrocket? Is there a plan to help, Americans right now with those higher gas prices? And then a second question. On the rash that was on the president's neck, the White House physician said it was a preventative skin cream that he was using, but why is the president using this cream? What are they trying to prevent with this cream?
To your second question, I don't have anything additional to add to the physician statement that we provided to all of you on those questions, but I know the statement said that the redness on the neck will dissipate within the next couple of weeks. To your first question about oil prices, thank God we have a president who has exuded American energy dominance over the past year, an administration that is wholeheartedly focused on keeping prices stable as best as we can. Of course, this operation is temporary to protect the homeland, but crude oil prices did fall yesterday. They remain stable today after the president announced steps to ensure the stability in global energy markets. Again, those include the DEC offering reasonably priced political risk insurance and the potential for the U.S. Navy to provide protection for the flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. It is the president's belief and his economic team's belief that the economy continues to be very strong. It's robust and will be able to weather any of the temporary impacts of Operation Epic Fury. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Just to follow up to that, the timeline for making the Strait of Hormuz safe for oil tankers to transport their oil through the strait, what is that timeline, and what can the president do to speed up that timeline?
I don't want to commit to a timeline, but certainly it's something that is being calculated actively by both the Department of War and the Department of Energy. They're working very closely. Both secretaries are in all of the briefings on this subject with the president, and this is, again, something they're monitoring. And if and when necessary, the United States Navy will provide assistance to escort oil tankers through the strait.
Caroline.
Sure, in the blue.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're not in blue, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I guess you are, sort of. I'll go to you after.
You had mentioned about the commercial aircraft being used for the evacuations. What about the use of military aircraft? Would that happen in conjunction with that or subsequent to?
That is something that is definitely underway, and of course we're going to use that in conjunction. We want as many planes, whether they're chartered, commercial, or military, taking Americans out of the Middle East and returning them safely home. So yes. Andrew, go ahead. You're welcome.
At the top of the briefing, you listed a long list of grievances against the Iranian government, going back to the takeover of the embassy in '79, barracks bombing in the 80s, etc. But no one from the administration has laid out the imminent threat that was supposed to be taken care of by this. And the rationales offered by, say, Secretary Rubio, the President's National Security Advisor, said that the threat was retaliation against American interests from Iran after Israeli strikes. The president says it was his own feeling that Iran was going to attack. Why is it that across the administration you can't say what the imminent threat against the United States was that required us to launch this? And also, Prime Minister Starmer told Parliament today that his reason that he didn't allow the use of British bases was that he was not satisfied that there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. Was there an attempt to provide the UK government with a legal basis for these strikes and a viable, thought-through plan?
To the first question, I completely reject the premise of your question. You have had the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and now I am out here today to explain to you exactly what led the President to make the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. And President Trump does not make these decisions in a vacuum. This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the President's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America, based on the fact that they are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, based on the fact that they were rapidly and aggressively building up their ballistic missile program to give themselves immunity within their country alongside their navy, so that inside their country they could continue to create nuclear weapons and nuclear bombs, which would of course pose a risk to Americans in the region and even Americans one day here at home. And then another point on this is the President found that through these extensive, exhaustive, failed negotiations with Iran, that they were hell-bent on death and destruction. So again, the President was not going to be just another president on a very long list who sat back and stood by and passed the buck of this direct threat to the next administration. The President had a feeling, again, based on fact, that Iran was going to strike the United States, was going to strike our assets in the region, and he made a determination to launch Operation Epic Fury based on all of those reasons. And I would like the media to actually report on all of them, rather than just picking sound bites from one person in this administration and saying, oh, they're contradicting the other person. No, again, these decisions are not made in a vacuum. They are made by the President's feeling that Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region, and he was not going to sit back and watch that happen. The determination was made that the President was going to strike first alongside Israel, and that has obviously been proven to be the right decision and an effective one at that. Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Karoline. A two-part question for you. First, has the President spoken with the family members of those U.S. service members that were killed? Second, given what you've outlined throughout this entire briefing, I mean, the United States has sunk a bunch of Navy ships. We've hit all of these targets. What can Americans expect the goal to be moving forward now that the U.S. has accomplished all of this? What is victory, given we've even taken out Iran's supreme leader? That was an explicit goal.
Again, victory will be determined by the Commander-in-Chief once the goals and the objectives that we have repeatedly laid out are fully realized. Again, we just, in the next few hours, will be achieving that dominance over the skies, which means the United States military will be raining missiles and weapons down on Iran to hit these specific targets that have been identified as crucial to take out by the Department of War. John.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Has the U.S. posture changed in regard to a nuclear North Korea, given the latest strikes on Iran and the fact that the stated goal is to make sure that Iran is not a nuclear country?
I don't have any change in position with respect to North Korea today.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. There's been reports that Ali Khamenei's son has been elected as the next supreme leader. Does the administration think that he is a part of the same regime as his father? Would they like people in the country to rise up and get him out of power?
There's reports he's been elected, or that he's assuming to be elected. One of the likely options.
Pardon me, what was that?
That he's one of the likely options, or that he has been elected. Okay, so we'll wait to confirm until someone actually is elected.
You just mentioned that the President is going to attend the dignified transfer for these families. Given what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of U.S. service members?
No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room. If the Iranian regime had their choice, they would kill every single person in this room. And so we can all be very grateful that we have an administration and that we have men and women in our armed forces who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the rest of us in this room and for every American across the country and for every troop that is based in the Middle East. That's what these...
Secretary Hegseth was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the Secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the Secretary meant, and you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not We've never had a Secretary of Defense who cares more.
Drones get through or tragic things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad.
Yeah,
As you know, we cover the deaths of U.S. service
the-
members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact. Especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform. He travels all across this country to meet with them, to connect with them, and your network has hardly ever probably reported on that. You also had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman Kane, who's a brave patriot, standing alongside the secretary at the Pentagon this morning, again expressing his condolences to these families. And I just told you that the President of the United States will be attending their dignified transfer. So please,
That's not making the president look bad. That's showcasing that.
We expect you to cover that as you should. We expect you to cover that as you should, Caitlin. But you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad. That is an objectable fact.
I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make
If you're trying to argue right now that CNN's overwhelming coverage is not negative of President Donald Trump, I think the American people would tend to agree, and your ratings would tend to disagree with that as well. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. On the school strike, back to that for a minute. I understand that the U.S. does not target civilian infrastructure. That's what you said. Can you say that there's any evidence right now that it was not a U.S. strike? And then also, you didn't mention Israel in that. Is there any assessment about Israel's potential likely role in that, if at all?
Again, the Department of War is currently investigating this matter, but again, I will reaffirm that the Department of War and the United States Armed Forces do not target civilians, as does the Iranian regime, who kill and execute their own people. Christian.
On two separate issues, Karoline. First, what can you tell us about the military operation in Ecuador? And then secondly, is the president considering invoking the Defense Production Act to boost munition stockpiles while we are in this conflict?
It's not something I've heard the president consider, but as you know, the president has been in pretty direct correspondence and public correspondence with defense contractors, asking them to aggressively speed up their manufacturing of American-made weapons, which again are the best in the world. With respect to Ecuador, I would point you back to the statement released by the U.S. Southern Command. On March 3rd, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations. These operations are...
I was laughing about it. It was very warm for wearing a fur coat or a furry coat. Who am I to talk about Kevin O'Leary's fashion? Mr. Wonderful is now Mr. Hollywood. It's official.
Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. If you're just joining us on Fox 35 TV, we are listening in as White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt continues to speak with reporters amid Operation Epic Fury ongoing in Iran. Let's go ahead and continue to listen in.
On Saturday. The point of this newfound Latin America summit is to promote freedom, security, and prosperity in our region. The following countries will be in attendance: Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago, and maybe some others as well. And the president will be speaking with the leaders of this country, who have really formed a historic coalition to work together to address criminal narco-terrorist gangs and cartels and counter illegal and mass migration into not only the United States but the Western Hemisphere, which remains a key and top priority of this president. Thank you very much, everyone, and you'll see the president yourselves in an hour.
Thank you, Caroline. White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt wrapping up her press briefing, where she spoke for about 45 minutes or so, I believe. And she was also mentioning there that we do expect to hear and see again from the president at the White House around 3 o'clock at a ratepayer protection pledge roundtable, essentially some action to address concerns about artificial intelligence data centers driving up utility costs for other folks who live in those areas where those are going. So we are going to be staying tuned for that, hoping to hear from the president a little bit later, also at the White House. I want to let you know of a couple of other events that are coming up this hour here on Florida Live. Let me give you a live look right now in Miami, where We're expecting to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier any minute now at a news conference where he's going to be joined by the Miami-Dade Sheriff and some other officials as well. In fact, they're walking into the room right now. You see Organized Retail Theft Task Force. Let's go ahead and listen in as the Attorney General, the Miami-Dade Sheriff, and the President and CEO of the Florida Retail Federation talk about retail theft in South Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in live here on Florida Live.
So we got a big crew here behind us here in Miami today, and the size and the variety of our interagency partners, our private retail partners, is indicative of our commitment to combating retail theft. This morning, it's good to be here. I'm joined by your great Sheriff Rosie here from Miami-Dade County. We've got Captain David Moss with us from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Scott Shalley, President and CEO of the Florida Retail Federation. We've got Michelle Jarose from the Palm Bay Police Department. Chris Olewin from my statewide prosecution team, who was lead on the case we're going to talk about today. We've joining us in person, we have Ashley Thorpe from CVS, Mike Ramiller from Walgreens. From Macy's, we have Marcelo Bravo and Mike Saponara. And from Burlington, we have David Rosero. So again, a great example of law enforcement, prosecution teams, interagency cooperation, and retail partners working together to protect our businesses, ultimately protect consumers, and put bad guys away. So today we're dealing with a case. This was an organized organized retail theft ring. I don't think there's any drugs, at least not yet that we know about, but the two tend to go together. We've had a lot of drug cases. Organized retail theft ring, 6 or 7 individuals who've been arrested at this time, stolen goods, upwards close to $200,000 of products and cash. Here they were stealing from retail stores, makeup, jewelry, cosmetics, beauty bags, lots of goods that then would go to a third party to be resold as stolen goods for profit. Last year, we relaunched our, retail theft initiative to put the state and criminals out there on notice that we do take this seriously. We saw too many cases of judges not taking these cases seriously, prosecutors not taking these cases seriously, and ultimately, disrespecting law enforcement who go out, stick their necks out, put their lives on the line to face dangerous criminals. If they're going to do that, we have to have their backs and prosecute these cases. So, today it's the beauty bag bandits. Yesterday it was lawn care machinery from Home Depot, electronics. We recently had a guy that was stealing baseball cards through taco wrapping paper in the tens of thousands of dollars. Ingenuity that I wish would be used towards, law-abiding entrepreneurial purposes. If you're going to use ingenuity to do wrong and commit crimes, we will hold you accountable. Here in Florida, this is not California. This is not New York. We are not going to have plexiglass over our shaving goods at local pharmacies. We are going to be a law and order state that respects rule of law. And cases like those today get that job done. So I want to thank law enforcement, the sheriff and her team. We've got the best sheriffs in the entire country, the best police chiefs. Their team, they do incredible work every single day. It's an honor to support them. It's an honor to prosecute these cases. And I want to thank our statewide prosecutors and state attorneys' offices for putting in the long hours and, going to court, facing bad guys every single day and doing the Lord's work. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Rosie first.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Attorney General Uthmeier, for your leadership and your continued commitment to holding organized criminal enterprises accountable across our state. I want to also thank Captain David Moss from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, Scott Shalley from the Florida Retail Federation, and Chris Olewin of the statewide prosecutors for your collaboration in this case. I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners all of our statewide prosecutors and our retail investigators and everyone else who was involved. This investigation reflects what we can accomplish when we work together with a shared mission. I'm proud of the work that led to the dismantling of this large-scale, organized retail theft ring, a coordinated criminal enterprise that targeted businesses throughout Miami-Dade County, across Florida, and into multiple other states. Since November of 2024, our organized retail crime squad worked alongside regional partners and private sector investigators to identify a group responsible for hundreds of thefts and more than $900,000 worth of losses. These individuals traveled across state lines, stealing merchandise and turning criminal activity into profit. Through intelligence sharing and coordinated enforcement, 7 arrest warrants were secured on serious felony charges, including conspiracy to commit racketeering and organized retail theft. Several arrests have already been made here in Miami-Dade County. Stolen merchandise has been recovered, and additional arrests are forthcoming. This case is being prosecuted by the Attorney General statewide prosecutors, and we are grateful for that partnership. Organized retail theft is not a victimless crime. It drives up prices for families, it impacts employees, and harms our economy. Make no mistake, if you organize theft in our community, if you exploit businesses for profit, and if you think crossing county or state lines will shield you, it will not. We will identify you, build the case, and ensure that you are brought to justice. Thank you.
I think the point she made at the end about, the effort to work together over interstate and inter-circuit lines is important. A lot of these operations, they think if they move from circuit to circuit, county to county, they start selling goods here or there, that the jurisdictional barriers are going to get in the way and prevent us from holding them accountable. That's not happening here in Florida. We all have the same mission, as you can see behind us, the same goal. The sheriff said it very well. We work together to get their job done, and there's no county or circuit boundary that's going to get in the way of that. Next, we've got David Moss from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I just want to thank the Attorney General's Office and the statewide prosecution for taking these crimes seriously, and the state of Florida as well. The biggest obstacle that we encounter as law enforcement is we have to play by the rules of jurisdictional boundaries, and the criminals don't. They are not limited by jurisdiction. In this case, they were in Michigan, they were in California. They don't have to think of these things. We do. And that's why it's so important that the collaboration between all our law enforcement partners, the state, and the Attorney General's Office work together. And this case, over a year's period of time, with a lot of investigation, is indicative of what we can accomplish when we work together. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
From the Retail Federation, Scott Shalley.
Thank you, General. Thank you all so much. Scott Shalley, President and CEO of the Florida Retail Federation. A couple months ago, the General reached out to me and asked me to join them at a similar event to announce a major bust in the Jacksonville area. Recently, I believe there was another event, press conference, and then here today. I will tell you, General, I will pack a bag and stay ready to show up anytime. We can't thank you enough when the General talks about a commitment to fighting organized retail crime. He fully has his foot on the gas. So I want to say thank you to the General. Thank you to all of you in law enforcement. And thank you to the kind of what sometimes the unsung heroes is the loss prevention professionals who work for our stores. Our stores spend millions of dollars every year to fight this fight. And yes, it is a fight to protect product, but more importantly, it's the fight to protect Floridians and protect the associates in our stores. We want people to have a safe, happy shopping environment. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. All right. Michelle Jarose, Palm Bay Police Department.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Jarose, Palm Bay Police Department. My involvement in this case started with an everyday call for service for a retail theft, and it has grown into what you see here today. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the hard work of Ashley Thorpe and Christopher Olowin, our statewide prosecutor, for taking on this case. And I just wanted this opportunity to say thank you to all of the people I see behind me, because without them, it wouldn't be what it is today. It took some hard work and some communication throughout all agencies for this to happen. So thank you guys.
In Florida, I think, as you know by now, we prosecute to the fullest. So the beauty bag bandits will be facing Chris Olowin and his team in court, and we will again send a message. We take retail theft seriously. We will hold wrongdoers accountable. Chris?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank Attorney General Uthmeier and Statewide Prosecutor McVeigh for their continued support and their commitment to preventing and stopping organized retail crime in the state of Florida. I want to thank my colleague Monique Wilson, who is the co-counsel on this case, and I want to thank a number of law enforcement agencies and detectives specifically for their hard work and their dedication in this case. These include the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and Detective Miguel Garcia, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and Detective John D'Angelo, the Palm Bay Police Department and Detective Michelle Jarose, the Martin County Sheriff's Office and Detective Bradley Markham, and then a number of other agencies as well, including the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, Indian River County Sheriff's Office, and the Palm Beach Gardens Police Department, and a number of others. I also want to thank the multiple retail theft investigators from the different corporations that assisted in this case, and many of whom are here today. This case is a great example of the success of law enforcement collaboration. And I just listed off a bunch of different agencies that are from all over the state. None of them are very geographically close to each other. But oftentimes individuals think that they can commit organized retail theft in different cities and different counties, as the Attorney General said, and that would limit their exposure to a simple misdemeanor, to a low-level theft here and there. However, because of the hard work and the collaboration by several law enforcement agencies in this case, our office was able to obtain arrest warrants for 7 individuals for serious felony charges, as the sheriff said. These charges arise from thefts they committed in almost a dozen counties, and additionally, law enforcement officers were able to uncover the fencing operation, the location where these stolen goods were going, and they recovered over $120,000 worth of stolen goods in that fencing location and over $50,000 in illegitimate cash. Recently, Attorney General Uthmeier announced the rollout of the Attorney General's Special Investigative Retail Theft Task Force, and this task force gives law enforcement even more tools to further this collaboration and to pursue organized retail crime suspects across jurisdictions throughout the state and break down those jurisdictional boundaries. This task force and continued collaboration between law enforcement agencies and the Office of Statewide Prosecution will allow for future success and will continue to prevent and stop organized retail crime in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So to conclude, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this press conference on a cosmetic theft ring? We're doing it because it's not a victimless crime. These consumers are the ones that suffer. Consumers are the ones that pay for this. The businesses, they have to expend more money for security. They've got to raise prices to make up for their losses. And ultimately, it's you at home that suffers. So we're going to take this seriously. We're rolling out a lot of these cases, and I know there's a lot more in the hopper. People at home should be on notice. If you think you can go and steal 10, 20 grand here or there, through small, single items, we care. We're going to take it seriously, and you're going to do serious time. And I'd be remiss if I didn't conclude by highlighting how great Miami is today. Miami has become the center of the world in many respects. I know the traffic is a challenge, a byproduct of that. But you've got more wealth than ever moving into this city, population growth at exponential rates. Typically, those two things are associated with heightened crime. Not here. We're seeing record crime lows in Florida, even right here in Miami, because of the great sheriff, our law enforcement here. They do their job, and we at the state level, we support them. We give them the tools to be successful. We've got their backs, and then we go out and let them do their job, and they do it well. So it's not rocket science. It's not that complicated. It's certainly hard work. There's major sacrifices that go into it, and that's why we love law enforcement here, and we're not ashamed to say it. So with that, I think we got time for a few questions, if there's any. Yes, ma'am.
I have 2 questions. One is on topic and one is not. The one that is on topic is, I know that in the last year or two, there's been sort of these enhanced penalties for these kinds of crimes, kind of opening the umbrella to what kind of falls under organized retail theft. Could you reiterate what those are and tell our viewers what the consequences are for engaging in this type of behavior? My second
Yeah, Chris, come help me over here on this one. I want to get my expert here. Yeah, no, the legislature's taken this very seriously and have heightened penalties when you have more than one offense, especially when you're dealing with, heightened dollar figures. Chris, tell them the new law. I don't want to get it wrong and
absolutely.
be on record here in court.
Yeah, there's multiple different facets of the new retail theft law, but essentially, if you commit 3 or more retail thefts with 20 or more items stolen within a 120-day period, that is a second-degree felony in the state of Florida, punishable by up to a maximum of 15 years in the Department of Corrections. There's also enhancements. It makes it a first-degree felony if you have 2 prior convictions. It's a second-degree felony if you have 1 prior conviction. So there's a number of different ways that the statute has broadened to allow for that.
Point is, if you want to keep doing this, it's going to get real painful for you.
Mr. Rothmeyer, my second question has to do with some reporting in the Florida Phoenix, which is saying that your office is reopening a criminal investigation into Raul Castro based on new details relating to the Brothers to the Rescue shoot-down in the 90s. Can you confirm whether that's actually happening, and if so, what new details have come about to lead to this reopening of an investigation?
Yeah, so the last week was the remembrance 30-year anniversary of this terrible tragedy where these Brothers to the Rescue planes were shot down by the Cuban government. I don't think that's in dispute. Several years ago, a file was opened at the state level investigating this for possible state crimes. That's my understanding. The Biden administration shut this down and for whatever reason didn't want it to go forward. When this came to my attention, we reactivated the file. So yes, that investigation will be ongoing. I will say we've got a great working relationship with the federal government now. So as they're leading and really teaching the world a lesson on diplomacy and national security here in the Western Hemisphere, we're going to support them. We're going to coordinate together. And where there are wrongs to Florida citizens, both under state and federal laws, they need to be held accountable. So I can't really say too much more at this point, but we are going to continue that investigation. I know a lot of members of the state legislature and other people here in Florida would like to see, some resolution and ideally accountability. Anybody else?
Can someone speak to us in Spanish a little and resume? Everyone who speaks Spanish can
Okay, so primero le quiero dar las gracias al fiscal general.
Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz from Miami-Dade County now giving that update in Spanish, talking about the takedown of a large organized retail theft during a cosmetic theft is what the officials were saying this is not a victimless crime, that it raises costs on other consumers who are paying for the things that they're buying. So that Attorney General news conference about to wrap up in Miami. But we are just getting started here on Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us now. And Nancy, I know today we are learning more about one of the 4 Army soldiers killed in Kuwait, who was a Polk County native, and such a sad story, but they're seeing tributes come in to Cody Cork.
Yes, that's right. We are seeing lots of tributes come in from 35-year-old Army Reserve Captain Cody Cork. As you mentioned, he was from Polk County. Specifically, he was from Winter Haven, and the Pentagon has officially announced that he was one of 6 service members who were killed so far in the conflict with Iran. He was killed alongside soldiers when a drone struck a command center in Kuwait. All 4 victims were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command out of Des Moines, Iowa. The deadly strike in Kuwait is still under investigation. It occurred just one day after the United States and Israel launched a military campaign against Iran, which has since sparked retaliatory strikes. According to Central Command, 6 American service members have died overseas in these operations, while at least 5 others were seriously wounded. Captain Cork was a deeply respected leader with a long history of service. He first enlisted in the National Guard in 2009 and later commissioned as a military police officer in 2014. His career included deployments to Saudi Arabia, Guantanamo Bay, and Poland. In Lakeland, Florida Southern College is mourning the loss of the 2014 alumnus. While at school, Cork was a political science major and a member of Sigma Alpha Epsilon. In a statement, his family described him as the life of the party, saying he lived with purpose and a deep sense of duty. They say he was a man defined by devotion and character who took great pride in serving something greater than himself. Garrett.
All right, and we are seeing, like we said, some more of those tributes. Polk County Public Schools posting on Facebook about him, tagging Lake Region High, where he graduated back in 2008. You see the yearbook photo there, and you talk about his service. We know he did a lot to serve his country after enlisting in the National Guard in 2009. And also seeing Governor Ron DeSantis posting this on social media just a little bit ago, saying, First Lady Casey DeSantis and I saddened to learn that Army Captain Cody Cork from Polk County has been killed in the line of duty as part of Operation Epic Fury. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and his fellow soldiers. So it is interesting, to learn more about him. Our hearts certainly go out to his family mourning what is certainly a tough loss.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough loss. And, as you mentioned, the tributes just keep pouring in. Everybody who we've talked to said that he was a man of great character who was devoted to his country.
Yeah. Our second story here in the Tampa Connection, and I know there's a lot of questions after a wedding venue in the Bay Area closed very abruptly. What do we know?
Yes, Cross Creek Ranch, it's a sprawling 17-acre estate out in Dover, and this week it reached out to its clients saying that they are permanently closed and their closure is effective immediately. This announcement came without warning, even as some of the couples reported meeting with staff and vendors at the property as recently as this past weekend. Now, for many, this news is a financial and emotional nightmare. We did speak with one bride-to-be, Gabrielle Krieger. She says her wedding was fully planned for April with everything from her gown to the catering already finalized. She said she was absolutely blindsided by an email from the owners Tuesday morning and has been told that she will not receive a refund for the $26,000 that she has already spent. The timing is especially difficult for her because she is a member of the military who is scheduled to leave for training in just a few days. Now she is left scrambling to find a new venue while coordinating travel for guests coming from across the country and overseas. In a letter sent to clients, Cross Creek Ranch owners Bonnie and Sean McSherry stated that the decision was not made lightly and that they explored every avenue to stay afloat but could no longer sustain the business. They cited circumstances beyond their control and changes within the industry for the sudden shutdown. The owners are encouraging couples to contact their wedding insurance providers to begin the claims process. But for families who are just days away or weeks away from their ceremony, the one thing they do not have right now is time. And despite the closure, the venue's website and social media accounts have remained active this week. Now, we did go out there and visit the property seeking answers, but the entrance gate was locked, and so far the owners have not responded to any of our calls or emails. Garrett?
Wow, talk about putting some of those folks in a bind after that. Meanwhile, our last story here in the Tampa connection, and that is Tampa International Airport getting ready for an influx of travel for spring break. How are they getting ready?
Yes, spring break is almost here, and they have a whole host of new technology that's becoming available to help travelers get around. Now, between March 5th and April 13th, the airport expects to see more than 3 million travelers. And on an average day during this stretch, TPA estimates they will see between 75,000 and 80,000 people. And to keep things moving, TPA has rolled out several high-tech upgrades. For example, if you are heading to airsides A or C, you'll notice brand new shuttles. These vehicles feature updated operating software and refurbished infrastructure designed to make the trip from the main terminal smoother and more reliable. To help you plan your trek to the gate, digital displays now show real-time security waits. The system tracks passenger movement to give you the most accurate, up-to-date information. For those with a TSA pre-check, new touchless ID lanes are now available for passengers flying American, Alaska, Delta, Southwest, and United. The system uses facial comparison technology for faster contactless verification. The airport says images are deleted within 24 hours of your departure, and if you prefer not to use it, you can still use the standard line with your physical ID. International travelers returning to the United States can also expect a faster experience. TPA is one of the first 15 airports in the country to adopt enhanced passenger processing. This biometric system can cut customs wait times by about 25%. And if you're hungry but short on time, you can now skip the lines by ordering food or coffee ahead of time through Uber Eats or the Starbucks app. You can even narrow your search to find the closest participating restaurant to your specific gate. Airport officials also recommend booking your parking online at least 24 hours in advance to secure a spot and grab a discounted rate. And as always, the golden rule for spring break travel remains: arrive at least 2 hours early for domestic flights and 3 hours early if you're planning to fly international. Garrett?
Yeah, and be prepared to be flexible because you just never know. I think that's always the advice.
Yes, being flexible is always the advice because while most likely it's going to be sunny and warm here in Tampa, you don't know what the weather is across the country, and that does impact, flights, and it causes delays and cancellations here in Tampa. So always be flexible. And as I said, get to the airport at least 2 hours early for domestic flights and 3 hours early for international flights because you never know what you're going to run into. But again, they have launched this new technology to hopefully make things a little bit smoother.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now with our Florida Live forecast. TJ, we appreciate you joining us. It's the middle of the week.
We made hump day. We're here.
We've made it to hump day, and things, the temperature's kind of going over that hump, too.
Yeah. I feel like it's been a big climb, and honestly, Garrett, for the foreseeable future, it doesn't seem like we're going to really have any sort of major cool downs. Which, I think after all the cold we've had this winter, I think everybody might accept the fact that we'll be above normal. I have to say, I was walking the dog today. Mm-hmm. It felt muggier. I noticed it. I was like, ooh.
Oh, yeah. You're really starting to feel that difference. I don't know if your dogs are like mine, but like it's definitely like they're not used to it yet either, and so it's like you're not going quite as far, and their tongue's already hanging out. It's like, well, y'all are gonna have to get used to it because we're not even to summer yet.
And Gizmo wanted to keep going, Gary. I'm like, let's turn around, and I'm like, well, you're not gonna be happy as we're heading back to the house.
Right.
I think temps just going to continue to honestly rise over the next few days into the weekend. We're still kind of in that onshore flow. That sort of pattern will keep that slim chance of sprinkles or spotty showers in the forecast, but overall it's bright out there. Still seeing that mixture of clouds and sunshine. Watching a couple of showers that we've seen work inland or across some of Polk and Osceola County. Really light rain, and I think that trend still going to hold as we progress through the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening. But overall chances today probably a little bit lower than what they'll be yesterday, what they were yesterday, and what they'll be tomorrow. But the big picture overall, it's kind of more active across the heart of the country and well north of us, but this ridge of high pressure going to keep things quiet, keep things on a warmer note right now, middle 80s in Orlando, same in Sanford, but still with that onshore wind. It's cooler near the coast there in the 70s in spots like Deltona, but I know we had that fog around this morning, and I would say, Garrett, another round of that. Tomorrow, we're right back in the middle 80s, and honestly, temperatures just keep warming up. We're going to have to watch out, I think, for maybe a couple of bigger storms tomorrow, maybe on the Gulf side because of that sea breeze collision and this flow. But it's looking like, at least for the majority of the next few days into the weekend, especially for the Arnold Palmer, I think a lot of eyes on that. It should be, I feel like a mainly dry forecast, which is great.
Yeah, you mentioned the chance of storms because we know this is the time of year that we sometimes see that severe weather. I mean, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that tornado that tore through Seminole County, hit the station here, damaged some homes as well in the area. So this is the time of year that there is that possibility for some storms to be on the strong side and see some spin-ups too.
There is, yeah. I feel like the large-scale climate pattern that we're starting to get into, we're kind of in like the neutral phase, but we'll start to teeter to more of an El Nino, which usually means a more active jet stream and likely that, the potential for that jet stream to get down closer to us. So with that, then you have that chance for more widespread storms and the potential for, the severe weather as well.
But largely staying dry for API. That's good.
It's looking that way. Yeah. I feel like temperatures are going to continue to warm up. I think the golfers probably going to, I hope golfers would be happy with the warmth, but it's definitely going to be, I say probably by this weekend, temperatures getting back up into the upper 80s. So with the moisture in the air, it'll probably feel like close to 90, if not a little beyond that. So it'll be feeling like summer, I feel like, real soon.
we go 0 to 60 or 0 to 80, 0 to 90 here pretty quick.
Mother Nature, she just doesn't let us get used to something. It's like this, and then we're back the other way.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. A new poll from the Public Opinion Research Lab at the University of North Florida, taking a look at the Senate race for Ashley Moody's seat, and also the governor's race coming up this year. Here's just a couple of the highlights of what that poll shows. Byron Donalds up 6% over David Jolly in a hypothetical race. Byron Donalds up 7% against Jerry Demings. And then similar single-digit leads for Ashley Moody over two hypothetical Democratic candidates in that race. Had the chance to speak with UCF political science lecturer John Hanley earlier today to break down this poll and what we're watching in these campaigns, and also some of the issues that we're keeping a close eye on as we get closer to Election Day. A lot of different things to look at in this poll, but let's start with the governor's race. It shows Byron Donalds up 6 points against David Jolly in a hypothetical matchup, and 7 points against Jerry Demings. What do you make of this showing a single-digit lead for Donalds in the governor's race?
Well, I think they're somewhat long single-digit numbers, and so when you combine that with the fact that you've got 16 to 17% undecided at this point, for someone like Demings or Jolly or Vindman or Nixon, they've got to capture a lot of that 16 to 17% or have Republican voters not turning out at the polls in order to get to the point where you see a Democratic win. So I would not at this point overturn what we've been saying and observing in Florida politics over the last several years, which is that the Republicans have a strong advantage.
Yeah, and winning over so that percentage there, it seems like it would be difficult in this day and age, given the way kind of politics is.
Yeah, because it's a midterm and you have Donald Trump as the incumbent, that would suggest a slightly more Democratic electorate turning out in the midterm than you saw in the general election. And so, you can go back to 2018, and there you see the Democrats getting very close. Ron DeSantis beat Andrew Gillum by 30,000 votes. Rick Scott beat Bill Nelson by 10,000 votes. That was kind of the high watermark for the Democrats. And since then, things have not gone in their favor. So I think you'd have to find something in order to put the Democrats into a place where they'd be in striking distance.
Looking at the Senate race, and it's kind of similar numbers. Ashley Moody up 8 points against Alexander Vindman, 7 in a hypothetical matchup against Angie Nixon. Is that the same kind of the takeaways from the governor's race? Kind of same situation, or does anything different stand out to you about that?
Those are very similar numbers. They seem very similar across demographic groups. There's not much play in those numbers. When you see virtually the same numbers for the governor's race, where you have two men, presumably going to be at the top of the ticket for both parties, as in the Senate race where you have a female incumbent, that suggests that people are really locked into those races. It is interesting to see, for Vindman, here's a person who was on TV a lot several years ago, and still you have, I think, about 2/3 of the public saying that they don't know who he is.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I was just looking at those numbers and was going to ask about that next. 66% saying they've never heard of Alex Vindman. 74% said they had never heard of Angie Nixon in the Democratic side of that U.S. Senate race. And so is that to be expected at this point for someone who's not holding an office here, or is that, should that be concerning for Democrats that those numbers are so high at this point?
Well, I think, the Democrats have a lot of concerns. They might have hoped that Vindman would be looking better in the electorate, but it's probably not surprising to them that his name recognition would be relatively low. Beyond the top people in American politics, there are not that many people who are well known to a large percentage of the American public. So maybe as a consequence of this race, Vindman will be better known, and maybe that will help him run for office in the future. But it's not a big win for the Democrats. One of the people that we've talked about for many years around Florida politics, but has never taken the plunge into running for something, John Morgan, right? John Morgan's the type of person that would have, instant name recognition among a large percentage of the public. That's the kind of person that the Democrats, could see some movement forward with, but taking someone off of the sidelines like Vindman, I think is a different story.
Now let's talk issues here. The 50% of the folks polled in this said affordability and cost of living, the most important problem facing Florida. If that is the big issue on people's minds, and we have heard from poll after poll that seems to be the case, does that favor one party over another when it comes to the election and where things stand? Obviously, we're still a ways out from November. But what are kind of the dynamics if that is the main issue right now?
Those are interesting numbers. It's about 50% regardless of the group. All demographic groups, party groups, all reporting that at around the same rate. And I think, part of the issue there is that the parties have different solutions to affordability. For the Democrats, it might be taxes on the wealthy. For Republicans, it might be more drilling for natural resources, and so both, I think, are going to talk about this to their own side, and so I don't see it as being so much of a net plus for one party or the other.
Looking at some of the other policy issues, including immigration, a total of 49% saying they disapprove of the way the Trump administration is handling immigration, while 48% said they strongly or somewhat approve. That's quite a divide there, 49 and 48. Does that have any impact then on what we see this fall, or are we just seeing people with their kind of entrenched views on this kind of standing firm?
I think that there's a little bit of a safety valve for the Republicans in Florida on this. The principal, proponents of this have been people like, Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, and neither of them are on the ballot in Florida. So if there's a need for Byron Donalds or Moody to moderate on this issue somewhat, then this gives them some leeway to do so.
Last issue I want to look at here, and that's property taxes. We know the goal of lawmakers in the state is to put something on the ballot for this November. It looks like in the poll here, 56% support an amendment to phase out the taxes on homesteaded properties, 35% opposed. What's kind of the lay of the land for an amendment like that would be on the ballot in a midterm election like this, given the kind of where things stand right now with the politics and things from the national to the state level?
Well, you have to remember that the threshold for ballot initiatives was recently increased to 60%. So for something to be polling at 56% at this stage is fairly poor. Now, of course, it might depend a little bit on the specific proposal, and depending on the state of the economy, things could change. If we're getting gas, going to $5 a gallon by the fall, then that might lead people to cast more of a affordability vote. But those are not great numbers for the property tax relief initiative. and it's at this point, it's just being proposed on paper. If you start to have opposition coming in from cities and counties and other groups who are concerned about parks and other things that are, funded by property taxes, I think you might see that fall lower and maybe not even make 50%.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that and so many of these other things, because we still have a long way to go in all of these campaigns before we get to November, let alone the primary in August. So UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Garrett.
And let's give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but when we get back, we're going to take you to a hearing going on where a Florida sheriff getting ready to testify in front of Congress. So keep it here on Florida Live. We'll be right back with more after this. Live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. We know coming up in about an hour, the Senate is going to vote on a war powers resolution. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. We are also keeping an eye on a hearing of the House. It's a subcommittee on oversight, investigations, and accountability. And this hearing is looking at CDLs, so commercial driver's licenses, issued to illegal immigrants here in the country. And one of the things they're going to be discussing and looking at closely in this hearing is the crash out of St. Lucie County on the Turnpike, where an illegal immigrant from India who had failed a commercial driver's license test 10 times before he ended up getting one in California, was accused of causing a crash on the Turnpike when he did an illegal U-turn. That has sparked a lot of discussion about CDLs for illegal immigrants, the requirement for drivers to make sure they can read English and be able to understand the road signs. So we're watching this hearing. It was supposed to begin around 2 o'clock. It didn't, ran very late, but it has begun now. And so we want to listen in for a few minutes here on Florida Live.
1,000 non-domiciled CDLs, that California had illegally issued 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs. A 2025 audit by FMCSA found that over 50% of the non-domiciled CDLs issued by the state of New York were in violation of federal law. As President Trump highlighted in his State of the Union address last week, this issue has seen real and devastating consequences. In 2025 alone, at least 17 fatal crashes resulting in 30 deaths were caused by illegal aliens driving commercial vehicles with CDLs. One of the most tragic examples was a crash in St. Lucia County, Florida. Lucy County, Florida. Am I saying that correctly? Sheriff, is that correct? Thank you. An illegal alien from India failed the CDL test 10 times in the span of 2 months. I want to repeat that. This accident occurred in your county. An illegal alien from India who failed a CDL test 10 times in the span of 2 months in the state of Washington managed to obtain his license, however, in California. Then drove his 18-wheeler to Florida and caused a serious vehicle incident after making an illegal U-turn, instantly killing 3 people. These are not paperwork errors, rather they are represent systematic breakdowns and oversight that put American families at risk. These tragic incidents were caused by drivers who should never have been entrusted with commercial driver's licenses in the first place. These individuals were unfit to hold that credential, and if states would follow through with standards and laws, they would not qualify them to receive one. The human cost of these failures is painful. 2024, 5-year-old Delilah Coleman was nearly killed when a tractor trailer driven by an illegal alien carried a fraudulent non-domiciled CDL directly collided with the vehicle she was in. Following this incident, Delilah endured a coma and months of hospitalization and had to relearn how to walk, talk, and eat. Her recovery was nothing short of a miracle. While I am grateful that Delilah is making progress and her recovery must be clear, this tragedy should never have happened. When the rules that protect the public are treated as optional by certain states, innocent people like Delilah pay the price. You do not have to be a scholar to understand what a bad actor could do with a 40-ton tractor trailer, especially one hauling hazardous cargo onto highways. In the wrong hands, that vehicle is not just a truck, it's a weapon capable of threatening public safety and national security. This trend is a direct consequence of former President Biden's open border policy. President Biden claimed to have created more than 870,000 new CDL holders in his first year in office. The non-domiciled element, absolutely a part of that. 870,000 in 1 year. In contrast, the Trump administration has been working diligently to combat this issue, taking several critical steps in recent months to restore accountability and compliance with federal laws. This includes a final rule issued in February by the Department of Transportation, significantly tightens eligibility standards for receiving...
That is the chairman of this subcommittee who is speaking now. You heard him reference the crash in St. Lucie County. The St. Lucie County Sheriff is going to testify any minute now. We're out of time here on Florida Live, but we'll keep listening into this, awaiting his remarks any minute now on... Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Kara Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock. A couple of things we are keeping an eye on right now, awaiting a roundtable from President Trump, expected any minute now, about AI data centers. But we're watching this hearing, the subcommittee hearing that's going on in Washington, D.C. It's a subcommittee, part of the Homeland Security committee in the House, but looking at CDL driver's licenses issued to illegal immigrants. One of the big focuses of this hearing is that crash that happened on the Turnpike in St. Lucie County. We're awaiting a testimony from the St. Lucie County Sheriff. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That often happen in wars. Dismissing the over 1,000 lives lost thus far, including 6 American service members and 175 at a girls' school. The Republican-run Congress sat idly by rather than returning to Washington to claim the war powers granted to it in the Constitution. And this subcommittee, rather than focusing on how Trump's war threatens the homeland, is holding yet another hearing on demonizing hardworking immigrants. I am an immigrant who came to this country with very little and worked hard to achieve the American dream. Our country is built on the promise that anyone, regardless of their background, can come here, work hard, and succeed. That is why I am disturbed and offended that the Trump administration is responding to American Truckers United's call to eliminate trucking operators from foreign lands. The Department of Transportation is actively trying to strip refugees, asylees, and DACA recipients of their commercial driver's license under the false pretense of highway safety. If DOT is successful, 200,000 or 5% of commercial drivers will be removed from the road. We are all highly dependent upon these drivers to move goods across the country, take our children to school, transport commuters, maintain and repair roads, and clear streets after the storm. Over 70% of nation's freight moves by truck. Reducing the number of commercial drivers will disrupt the economy and deepen the affordability crisis that already plagues America. The U.S. economy is running out of road. Americans are already struggling to afford groceries, medicine, and other goods because of Trump's tariffs. Fewer drivers also means fewer school buses, mass transit services, and snowplows. Daily life will get harder except for the men in the Epstein files who fly in luxury jets to private islands. Replacing 200,000 experienced CDL drivers with less experienced drivers who statistically are more prone to accidents will reduce safety. Rather than pursuing sensible solutions to prevent collisions, such as requiring speed limiting technologies in trucks, the Trump administration would rather punish immigrants who have a safe driving record than U.S. citizens. Immigrants with non-domiciled CDLs have invested significant resources to satisfy the training, skills, knowledge tests, and requirements applicable to all individuals seeking to hold CDLs. It is already illegal to issue CDLs to undocumented migrants, and federal law requires commercial motor vehicle operators to be proficient in English, including highway traffic signs and signals. Enforce the existing laws, but do not strip immigrants who are here legally of their livelihood, which will harm the U.S. economy and reduce public services. I thank Ms. Liu for joining us today and look forward to her explaining how she is fighting the Trump administration's illogical attempts to change the eligibility rules for CDLs. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
All right. Thank the ranking member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I am pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this critical topic, and pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, I ask our witnesses to please rise and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Tim Tipton is the Commissioner of my home state of the Oklahoma Department of Public Safety. He is a nationally recognized expert on police training practices and with nearly 38 years of experience at the department. Mr. Richard Del Toro Jr. is the Sheriff of St. Lucie County, Florida. Prior to his election as sheriff, Mr. Del Toro served as 26 years with the Port St. Lucie Police Department, retiring as chief of police. Foreign Affairs Chairman Mast was going to try to be here to do a special introduction, but he got held up in other activities. Ms. Wendy Liu is an attorney at Public Citizen Litigation Group. I thank each of our distinguished witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Commissioner Tipton for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Burkeen and Ranking Member Thaindar, and esteemed members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you the Oklahoma Highway Patrol's experience with the shocking amount of transnational freight being transported by illegal aliens. The month after President Trump took office, ICE announced its task force model agreements. These agreements allowed state and local officers to become credentialed to enforce immigration laws during routine law enforcement encounters. OHP immediately joined and rapidly sent all 730 of its officers through the ICE credentialing process. With every Oklahoma trooper now having an ICE credential, we've been given a unique and firsthand view of the prolific problem of illegal aliens operating CMVs on our national interstate and defense highway system. By way of a quick example, last September, OHP and ICE conducted a joint emphasis in western Oklahoma along the Interstate 40 corridor. During this emphasis, OHP took 90 CMV operators into custody for immigration violations, aliens from all over Eastern Europe, Asia, and Africa. This means that in an approximate 24 hours of shift work on a random weekday in the middle of our heartland, roughly 50% of OHP's CMV encounters resulted in the arrest of an illegal alien. In fact, since late summer of 2025, OHP's taken over 450 CMV operators into custody for immigration violations. Many of these drivers struggle with even basic English language proficiency and likely received their licenses from an unscrupulous CDL mill. Through this experience, OHP has learned of several concerning problems with the federally regulated system for issuance of CDLs. I will share an account of one OHP immigration arrest that highlights these problems. During a joint OHP-ICE emphasis, OHP encountered a driver operating an 80,000-pound semi-truck traveling from California to Missouri. As our trooper was performing a standard CMV inspection, the driver presented a Real ID compliant CDL with the first name listed as no name given. After discovering the driver was an illegal alien, our trooper used his ICE 287G credential to arrest him for immigration violations. On many similar occasions, we've encountered illegal aliens operating with facially valid CDLs with expiration dates far exceeding the alien's temporary immigration status, CDLs not being labeled non-domiciled as required by FMCSA regulations, and Real IDs being issued to illegal aliens, including Real IDs listed only a first or last name. OHP's experience corroborates the FMCSA's recent policy position that an employment authorization document, or an EAD, is an inadequate qualifier for an alien to operate in this highly regulated critical infrastructure industry. FMCSA's recent rulemaking on non-domiciled CDLs represents a practical and effective solution to many of these problems. However, challengers have already filed suit to upend FMCSA's new rules. I urge Congress to support this rulemaking effort and to pass any legislation that may be necessary to respond to judicial challenges. That leaves the concerns about real IDs being issued to aliens with a tenuous immigration status. I'm surprised and concerned about the temporary aliens being granted real IDs. As you are aware, the purpose of a real ID is to serve as a gatekeeping function into federal facilities, commercial airline travel, and even nuclear facilities. However, the Act authorizes issuance of real IDs to aliens with nothing more than temporary visas, pending applications for asylum, or temporary protected status, or even a deferred action status, which is merely a parole into the U.S. In view of the gatekeeping function of real IDs, I urge reconsideration of the qualifiers for aliens to receive these credentials. Let us not forget that a CDL with a hazardous materials endorsement permits a driver to drive a liquid bomb to virtually any location in America. 9/11 should remind us how critical it is to safeguard our transportation network. A coordinated nationwide enforcement effort is critical to protecting our nation, not only from dangers to the motoring public of unqualified alien drivers, but also from potential terrorist threats. Thank you again, Chairman Burkeen, Ranking Member Thaindor, and members of the subcommittee for permitting me to share with you the experience of the Oklahoma Highway Patrol.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Del Toro for his 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Burkeen, Ranking Member Thanadar, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and for your leadership in examining this important public safety issue. I'm honored to serve as Sheriff of St. Lucie County, Florida, and I come before you today with more than 25 years of law enforcement experience dedicated to protecting the communities I serve. I'm here today because of a tragedy. On August 12, 2025, 3 innocent people in my county lost their lives in a catastrophic crash on the Florida Turnpike involving a commercial motor vehicle. The investigation revealed that the driver of that vehicle had previously entered the United States illegally and was operating with a commercial driver's license issued by another state earlier that same year. For the families of those victims, this is not a policy debate, it's a permanent loss. Commercial motor vehicles can weigh up to 80,000 pounds. When operated unsafely, they have the potential to cause devastating consequences in a matter of seconds. That is why strong, consistent, and reliable safety standards for commercial driver's licensing are essential to protecting the public. Florida has taken important steps to strengthen verification, improve coordination with federal authorities, and ensure compliance with federal standards. However, when these standards vary between states, those inconsistencies can create vulnerabilities that place our communities at risk. My purpose in appearing before you today is not to assign blame, but to share the reality that I've witnessed as sheriff and to support efforts that enhance public safety, strengthen accountability, and prevent future tragedies. Highway safety is not a partisan issue. It is a public safety responsibility. The American people expect and deserve confidence that every individual operating a commercial motor vehicle on our roadways has met the highest standards of qualification, training, and verification. As sheriff, my oath is to protect life, and I'm here today to help ensure we do everything possible to uphold that responsibility. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions, sir.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Initial remarks there from Sheriff Richard Del Toro, Jr., the St. Lucie County Sheriff, testifying before Congress as this House subcommittee looks into CDLs for illegal immigrants. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are awaiting the start of a roundtable discussion that the president is hosting about AI data centers and making sure they don't lead to an increase in utility costs for homeowners. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be right back. Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus as we continue to follow up on the death of a Winter Haven native who was killed in a retaliatory drone strike in Kuwait. 35-year-old Cody Cork from Winter Haven. We've been learning more about him today, talked about it quite a bit in our 2 o'clock hour. We're now seeing a social media post from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, just posted just a little bit ago, talking about Cody Cork. Go ahead and listen to what the sheriff has to say.
Grady Judd. I have here a picture, and normally when I show this picture, it's those who have violated the law, who don't represent the best of society. But today I have a photograph of someone who is the best of society, a hero. Captain Cody Cork. He's 35. He's from Winter Haven, and he died in the line of duty while serving the military and protecting our democracy in Kuwait. I hope everyone has his family in their prayers, and certainly I hope you have everyone in your prayers that are over fighting in the Middle East right now to preserve our democracy and to hold people accountable so that they cannot one day bomb this country with nuclear weapons. We'll always appreciate his service, his infectious smile, and we're so brokenhearted that he lost his life, but he was protecting America when he did it. God bless you always, Cody.
Sheriff Judd posting that on social media. A live look now at the White House, where President Trump is speaking amid the conflict in Iran, getting ready to host a roundtable discussion about the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. Let's go ahead and listen in.
It's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking their neighbors. They're attacking their, in some cases, allies, or not so long ago allies. And, you know, it's really a nation that was out of control, and they would have used it on us if we let them, if we waited any longer. A big factor was Soleimani, the killing of Soleimani in my first term. And maybe the biggest factor was the rebuilding of the military in my first term. And then the B-2s hit the, and I use the word obliterate because it really was, it was a complete obliteration of their nuclear potential. And that set them back very, very seriously. If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If we didn't do the B-2 attack a number of months ago, they would have a nuclear weapon. And when crazy people have nuclear weapons, bad things happen. So we're in very good shape now. I want to let you know that, and we will continue forward. But it's a great display of military strength, and I'm very proud to have, with some of the people in the room, both senators and congressmen, we rebuilt, and women, we rebuilt our military during the first term, and we're using it a little bit more than I thought we would have to. Venezuela worked out really great. We have a wonderful relationship with the president and the various representatives, and we're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and that goes to our benefit and to Venezuela's benefit. They'll be doing better than they've ever done before, and we will get a big piece of that, and we'll also make life wonderful for the people of Venezuela who have been very, very badly hit. So that's a lot said in a short period of time, but you can witness it for yourself. And now we'll get on to something that I'm very proud of, because it was sort of my idea, like
Very much so.
Build your own power plant. And everybody thought I was kidding. They said, really, you can do that? How would you do that? I said, we'll get you fast permits, and you'll build your own plants, but we're going to discuss it in great detail with the biggest people in the industry and some of our great leaders and senators. And congratulations on the Medal of Honor for your 100-year soldier. You know, 100 years old, 101 to be exact. And Daryl's been fighting that he get the Congressional Medal of Honor for many years, Daryl, right?
Mr. President, I give you all the credit for overcoming the lawyers in the Department of the Navy in a way that I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
And
Well,
nobody could have done it but you.
Maybe it'll be a long. We had to get it to him a little bit quickly, but he looks like he's in good shape. He's got some years left, right?
He's planning to come back here for your next Medal of Honor ceremony, and he's also going to be the star at Tailhook this summer if you want to come to Reno.
Well, I congratulate you for that success. That was amazing. He didn't stop. I've known him a long time. He never stops. So congratulations. It's very nice. We're here this afternoon for a historic signing that will help keep down utility bills very, very substantially, and electricity prices for millions of Americans, and in many cases for a lot of people that don't really understand why they're going up, but they're not going to be going up. They're going to be actually going down. Today we follow through on an announcement I made in my State of the Union address last week as America's largest tech companies officially signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. It's a big deal. It's going to have a tremendous impact on electricity costs. We're bringing down all of the costs. We're having this little interlude to do what we have to do because we had it going, but these interludes are very important, especially this one. But the economy has never been like this. We broke 50,000 on the Dow. People thought we wouldn't do that within the first 4 years. We did it in the first year. And we brought 7 on the S&P, 7,000 on the S&P. They said that's even less likely to happen. And we did that too, all within the first year. Under this new agreement, big tech companies are committing to fully cover the cost of increased electricity production required for AI data centers. And that would be prices for American communities will not go up, but in many cases will actually come down and very substantially. Because, you know, the data centers, and you people are so big, you're the biggest in the world, but they've developed a little bit of a bad public, they need some PR help, because people think that if a data center goes in, their electricity prices are going to go up, and that's not happening. It's not going to happen. And for the areas where it did happen, it won't happen anymore because they never had this alternative. It's actually going to mean the prices come down. You're going to see how badly they want. Some centers were rejected by communities for that, and now I think it's going to be just the opposite. This means that the tech companies and the data centers will be able to get the electricity they need, all without driving up electricity costs for consumers. This is a historic win for countless American families, and will also make our electricity grid stronger and more resilient than ever before. So that's part of it. It's going to be strengthened up, and they're going to be getting a lot of excess electricity from the data centers where they build their own plants. They're going to be creating their own electricity. We're pleased to be joined today by Speaker Mike Johnson, who's got a difficult job, but he does it as easy as anybody I've ever seen do that job. It's never easy when you have a majority of 2, or sometimes less. I was going to say, sometimes less, but he's amazing. And Energy Secretary Chris Wright, who's worked so hard, and Senators Katie Britt, Bernie Moreno, John Husted. Thank you, everybody. Really great. Thanks, Katie. Representative Darrell Issa and Derek Van Orden. Thank you both. And Derek, thank you. Nice to see you. OSTP Director Michael Kratsios, AI and crypto czar David Sachs, as well as the commissioners of the Federal Energy Regulation and Regulatory Commission, and an audience. In the audience, you have Laura Sweat, David Rosner, Lindsay C., and Judy Chang, all very well-known people, especially in this group of geniuses. We have a lot of geniuses here, and a lot of geniuses that are also very strong people representing labor. We love labor. We love these guys. I also want to recognize the industry leaders here to sign the pledge, and this is a pledge that's going to be a very important pledge to the country and to their companies also. They benefit also very substantially, including President of Google, Ruth Porat. That's a good company. That's big stuff. Google, that's, you know, it used to be U.S. Steel and things like that. Now it's Google and other places. President of Meta, Dina Powell, who was with me. Dina Powell was with me for a long time, and I called up Mark and I said, congratulations, that was a good hire, right? That was a good hire. She's fantastic, and her husband is fantastic. He was He's a great senator, and he ran in a place called Pennsylvania, and he ran against somebody that was very tough to win. It was very, very tough to win, and he won pretty easily, actually. People were shocked. I wasn't, you and I weren't surprised, were we? But he's a spectacular man. President of Microsoft, Brad Smith. Thank you, Brad. It's good to see you. Microsoft is unbelievable. COO of OpenAI, Brad Lightcap. Brad, where are you, Brad? Brad, you're so young. Look at how young. I think you have to be young in that world, perhaps. Thank you, Brad. CEO of Amazon Web Services, Matt Garman. Matt, thank you, Matt. Very well. Say hello to my friend, right? Doing a good job. CEO of Oracle, Clay Moosquark. Moosquark. Is that fairly good? I don't know. I'm not sure. I usually don't, I just go right over it and I say, Moosquark. But how are you? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I give you a hard job. It's a hard name. You did good. You did well for the difficulty of that name.
That's right. I think so.
President Trump introducing some of the tech leaders that he is meeting with as part of this roundtable about AI data centers and the ratepayer protection pledge, essentially working with energy companies, pledging not to raise energy costs and utility bills for folks when AI data centers come in. We know they use a lot of electricity and utilities. We've talked about that a little bit before on Fox 35 News Plus. We also heard at the beginning of this some brief remarks from President Trump about the war in Iran. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus, 4.5 hours of live stream.